Good morning. Good morning. So it is officially 2 a.m. So we are up early this morning and we are going to be working on a highland cow quilt. So I'm on a journey to see if we can create this quilt in a day. So we're going to see how this works. So good morning. Good morning. Hopefully everybody is having a good morning. And I know it's a little early, but that's okay. So get ready to watch us do a quilt, y'all. Do a quilt. So hopefully everybody is having a good weekend. So we're going to work on this highland cow quilt. So get, let's show you guys what we're working on. So it's a black and white theme. It's got a black and white theme. We have strips that we're going to be sewing around each one of these squares. And the squares I printed these off on my printer I have. So we're going to be sewing these strips around this and creating this quilt, y'all. So hang out and see what we can do. So ask me questions. I'll try and watch the questions y'all got going. And let's see what we can do. Well, let's see what we can do, y'all. Looks like we need to go ahead and get a new bobbin out here. Go ahead and put the black bobbin. I got some black bobbins wound. So I'm going to go ahead and put those in there. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. I know we're early and it is Sunday morning. I'm usually not on Sunday mornings, but I got a Christmas order I need to get done. So we're going to see what we can do, guys. We are going to see what we can do. Hopefully. First one. Thank y'all for joining. How's everybody's weekend? Hopefully everybody's weekend is going good. I went and did a class this weekend. That was a lot of fun. Made a fun, artful wall hanging. The company that I took the class from is Need a Good Design. I'm not sure if you ever heard of them, but been around for quite a while. So they have a new thing that they're doing, and oh my gosh, it was a lot of fun, y'all. It was a lot of fun. So okay, so again, we're taking these highland cows. We are going to be sewing strips around these. So good morning. Good morning. Thanks for the follow. Y'all. I know I'm never up this early, but it's okay. So again, we're adding strips. Each strip around it is a different strip. They all have the black and white theme. So this is going to be a black and white themed quilt. Once we get these pieced, we'll get them all pressed out, and then we'll do we'll join them together, and then we're going to be quilting. So my hope today is to actually completely piece a quilt, get it quilted, and get it all done today. Hopefully. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Good morning. It is early, y'all. I usually get up this early, but I'm not usually on lives this early, y'all. So, but we are going to see what we can do here. likes Highland cows? Who likes Highland cows? Anybody? It's going to be gorgeous, gorgeous. Adding squares. Once we get them pieced, I'll show you. It's going to be cool. Very cool. Good morning, y'all. Who out there likes to sew? Who out there likes to sew, y'all? Anybody like to have some fun sewing? It's a lot of fun. Sewing is a good stress relief, y'all. Sewing is a good stress relief. Lots of fun. And that is not sewing. It came unthreaded. It's always fun when you start sewing and you're sewing along and then you're like, oh, hey, not sewing. Try this again. Good morning. Good morning, be here. Good morning. How are you? Thank you for joining. Don't forget your coffee, y'all. It's early. You need coffee. Right? It's you sit there and you're stitching along and you're like, oh yeah, I'm doing good. And you're like, oh, hey, you just got to laugh and then go back and rethread your machine and start again, right? So anyways, Highland cows. We are doing that Highland cow quilt day today, y'all. And literally, so I am going to try and make this whole quilt today. I am hoping. We're going to see what happens. Trim off. As soon as I have enough coffee, I'm going to start sewing. Awesome. Well, good. So come sew with me. So I literally got up, made coffee, sat down and hooked up to you guys and started stitching. So we're going to see what we can do today, guys. Where are you located? I am in Arizona. It is literally only, I don't even know what time it is. It is 2:25 here this morning. But I had to get up early to see if I can get this done. So it's so cold lately. My fingers are, oh, you poor thing. I understand that. It's, well, I lived in Colorado for quite some time. And the cold, I don't like the cold. Thanks for the follow, y'all. Again, I'm usually on Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 6:30 in the morning. I sew every morning. We hang out, have coffee in the mornings. But I have a quilt I got to get done for a Christmas order. So, needless to say, y'all get to hang out with me today. So, you get to hang out with me today. And it's early. It's only 2:30. 2:30 here in Arizona, y'all. I'll use these scraps that I'm trimming off here for an abstract quilt. I don't know if y'all have ever done an abstract quilt, but it's lots of fun. You literally do not have a pattern of any kind, and you just keep adding pieces. There. All right, so we got one done. We got one square done. So I'm glad you found me. Yes, I'm glad you found me also. Like I said, give me a follow because I'm on Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 6:30 in the morning. I haven't done yet, but I'm going to sign up for your February. Oh, awesome. I'm glad you're going to sign up. If you need, the February fun is going to be fun because that's going to be exciting because that's going to be an all-day fun. That'll be an all-day fun. So, all right. So, there. And so I'm going to take these and I'm going to lay them there and we're just going to keep going. I took the other day, yesterday morning I got up early, and it is a 2 day, so and it actually will go from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. every day. So both days will be 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it'll be a fun class, lots of fun. And I am there to help y'all. We'll go through the process as many times as you want. That first day's gonna be fun because we'll be making the postcard, the hot pad, the placemats, just learning the process of doing that abstract quilt, just learning that process. And there's two different ways where you can just do sewing and fold over, or you can actually just sew the raw edges together. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So yes, I am too. I'm excited. I'm excited. It's going to be fun. It'll be fun. There. Just go look and see. Go find your favorite jelly roll. Go find a fun jelly roll, because that's what you're going to need is a jelly roll, and then a couple yards of fabric of some fun fabric that coordinates with that jelly roll. So that's kind of more or less what you're going to need. You'll need some batting and stuff. Once you get signed up, I always send out the coordinating PDF that I created that shows you all the supplies and everything you need. So it is fun. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. I can tell you what you need. So it is going to be fun. But like I said, the last couple of quilts that I've made, we're going to be using all these scraps. We're going to be using all these scraps here. So I feel like it's like midnight. It's like early. Do you want to see what I made yesterday? I have to share. Do you want to see what I made yesterday? It was so much fun. It was actually the last 2 days. So Anita Good Design is who I took the class with. But check this out. So this is got all the pieces are embroidered. They're all little bitty embroidery pieces. And then you take and you add them. So you stitch out a silhouette with the satin stitch around it. And then you add all these little bitty pieces of embroidery and stuff to it. And y'all, is that not gorgeous? I mean, hello. Isn't that the coolest thing? I'm bringing it up closer so you can kind of see. So, right? Is that not fun? We'll be doing that process one day. We'll do that process one day on live. So I got to get a bunch of more little, because you get to embroidery all the little pieces. They did it as a kit, but I have the patterns and everything. So you got to embroider a bunch of little of the embroidery pieces and stuff to that. So we'll do that on the live. I have a friend. I reached out to a friend. I'm like, hey, can you cut me out some silhouette animals? And I have some designs for them. So I'll find out. Probably today or tomorrow if they can cut me some silhouette pieces. So I'm thinking if I do use just like a plexiglass, they could cut those out for me. And then because that's how it makes it stand out from the board, is they have some like 1/4-inch plexiglass behind it, so it makes it pop out from the board and makes it look kind of 3D on there. So it's kind of cool. Tell you, I go through phases. It's like not as many hot flashes today. Yesterday was bad too. It's like, How's your weekend going? Hopefully you're having a good weekend. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate you hanging out. I was sitting there thinking, I was like, I'm going to be on here and nobody is going to be joining me in the morning. So they're like, you're not never on weekends. What are you doing? We have a flash goal. I don't know if we'll hit the flash goal. Thanks for the taps, y'all. Thanks for the taps. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. So, like I said, usually not on early in the morning, usually not on the weekends. So, but we're on a goal this morning, y'all. We are on a Highland cow goal this morning. We're going to see what we can do. And I got faith. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. These are fun. This is fun strips that I found to coordinate with these cows. I'm trying to decide if I'm just going to do a Miranda around it, or thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. If I'm just going to do a Miranda around it, I don't know. I have some different designs that we're going to quilt. We'll see what we want to quilt with that. So. On the strips, I'm just cutting off. I leave about 1/4 inch on the bottom just to make sure that I have enough. Sometimes I've trimmed it and I'm like, oh, you trimmed that too short. And so to make sure I don't trim it too short, I always trim just a little bit of extra on there. So. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we got one more strip on this one. I think we've got, I mean, I've got extra squares, so I always do extra squares that way just to make sure that we have enough. So I think I printed 15 of these, I think. I don't know. We'll see how many there is, and we'll just keep stitching. Just keep a stitching. Just keep a stitching. And these scraps, like I said, will go towards the abstract day. We're going to have I got 2 days of abstract, so we're going to have lots of fun. Lots of fun, y'all. I did get the variegated thread, so I found variegated black and white thread that I'm going to be quilting it with. So that'll be kind of cool. That'll be kind of cool. So each square is going to have like a different strip. It's going to make it look really cool, y'all. It's going to make it look really cool, right? I'll tell you, I have to say, for quilting, I really, really love to sign up. Just click on your, yeah. So if you go to my website, you'll find, I'm going to get in trouble for doing that. You'll find my thing in there. You'll see the, if you scroll all the way down, go to shop now and scroll down to the bottom. I should have pinned it to the first. You'll see it in there. Do you have my site? I can't post it in here no more. Over on YT, if you can click in the YT, you'll see my thing that goes to my tree. Oh, you have, okay. Yeah, if you click in the YT, you'll see it there. And that one you'll see it flash in there. So fun. And when you sign up, I'll send you all the information for it. So, but if you have questions before then or whatever, just let me know. Let me know, because I'm excited. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. And I do have my YT going, so there will be a replay there, or hang out there. Either way, you can hang out on either platform, y'all. You know, I don't know if I like this isocord. So I had got this yesterday, and I'm not liking it. I think I'm going to get my other thread back. So, because this keeps breaking. I don't know why this keeps breaking. I think I have a white spool right here. Why that one keeps breaking. We'll just throw my big spool up here. Maybe that's why it was on sale. It could have very well been why it was on sale. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, y'all. Okay, let's try this again. Try this again. Okay. There we go. I don't know why that one is doing that, but it could very well be the issue. Thanks for joining, y'all. Thanks for joining. You're going to see the process of making a whole quilt in a day. We're going to try anyways. That is my goal. We're getting all the squares. We got Highland cows that I printed. So I printed these Highland cows on fabric. And I've got strips that we're adding. So Highland cows. And I got different strips that we're adding around these Highland cows. Once we get the Highland cows all sewed up, then we will, do you like sewing with the start stop rather than, so I do. It gives a constant speed because with your foot pedal, you're like, you know, depending on how fast you push it, depending on how fast you sew, which there's a lot of things that I'm like, oh, I wish I would have had a foot pedal just on that. But, and plus living in a fifth wheel, I really don't have time for those, or don't have time. I don't have room to have a foot pedal because I've got 5 machines in here. So, and I'm kind of limited on space right here. So I really don't have the room to be able to use a foot pedal. So, but I've been using it this way for years and I like it. And the nice thing is you can make your sewing machine go as fast or as slow as you want. So thank you. I appreciate that. How's Miss Belinda this morning? Thanks for joining. Turn this one. Awesome. Glad to hear. Happy Sunday. Hopefully y'all are enjoying your weekend. Y'all. I just cranked on the heater in basement. I'll get to sewing when I think I have that option on my Bernina. I haven't used it. Yeah, you should try it. Yeah, I have the heater going. It's like blowing. My husband this weekend cleaned it out because it wasn't working very well, but it's actually not too bad in here. Not too bad. So it's kind of cool. You have a basement to go sewing in. I lived in a house one time that it had an unfinished basement, but it turned into I'm going to look for it on a awesome. Very cool. Lived in a house one time that had an unfinished basement, so I had a long arm down there and had some sewing down there. And when I say unfinished, part of the walls were still dirt. So it was literally unfinished, y'all. So, but it worked out okay. It was kind of humid. It was kind of humid sometimes, but I had a little dog. He was a little puggle at the time, or she was a girl, but living in Arizona, there's like scorpions and all kinds of bugs here. And every once in a while, the scorpions would come across the floor and she'd be like biting at my foot. And I'd look down and she was saving me from a scorpion. So I'd say, thank you, Pixie. Thank you, Pixie. So. You'd be afraid of mice and snakes that it's tight. It was kind of scary. I found a tarantula down there one day too. So I was like, yeah, you know. But these are looking cute, guys. These are looking cute. I'm really, really liking the Highland cows. These are going to be cute. I'm glad that I took and did these strips the other day. It's making it go a lot quicker. So making it go a lot quicker this morning. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. I wasn't sure if I'd have anybody hanging out with me this morning, but hey. No. There's different ones. There's different ones throughout. Once we get them all stitched up, I'll show you, because there's some of them that are sitting in bathtubs, some of them that have flowers, there's so many, there's quite a few different, there's a few that are the same. Awesome. Oh, well, thank you. I'm so glad you got up with me. So thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So good morning, Jen. Good morning. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. See, we're going to have a few of y'all here. So I'm going to fill up. I'm going to grab some more coffee cream. I'm going to go heat up my coffee right quick. So I'm going to heat up my coffee, and I'm using, what is this? Peppermint mocha. My refrigerator's right behind me. So toy haulers, living in toy haulers. I'm going to go fill my coffee up. Be right back. I am using lounging. I am lounging today. I am lounging. Thank you. Thank you. I kind of like it. It's kind of fun. So I wasn't sure how it was going to work out, but it works out okay. I'm grabbing my my little bag we made one day. Because I need a place to put my little. I usually have it over with my one embroidery machine. So, but good morning. Thank y'all for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. These are coming out cute. Yeah, I was really afraid we get so caught up in our stuff, right? You do. You don't realize, because I went from 3,200 square feet, y'all. I went from 3,200 square feet, and you realize a lot of things are, what do you call it? Material. You really don't need those. Admire that you can live in a tiny house and campers. My home is 1,500 square feet and going crazy. I'm telling you, 3,200 to 800. Yeah, it was, well, and I don't even have 800 square feet. I remember, I'm saying, yeah. I don't know. I'd have to ask my husband. Of course, it is, the camper is 46 foot. So, the toy hauler is, I'm thinking it's around 600 square foot. I think. I don't know. But you realize how much you don't need. Okay, take and think about it. We're going to keep going. take and think about it. So your bedroom. You have your bedroom. You've got this big old bedroom, and you have all this stuff in there. You know, you have these really cool like dressers, and what do you do in your bedroom? You sleep in there. You go in there. It's like, good morning, Marnie. Good morning. So you have the bedroom with all that stuff in there. You don't need it. So I'm so tired of no storage and no room for stuff I need. And no more large Christmas. No more large Christmas tree. Yep. Yes. Yeah. You're in the process of purging. Yeah. You Googled, Lisa. I can't remember. I'd have to ask my husband how. It may very well be. I'll have to ask my husband how many square feet it is. So, but yeah, I mean, you take and think about it. Okay, you have that, and your bathroom. Okay, you have the huge luxury bathroom, and you go in there, you shower, you go potty, and then it sits there, and you have all that space. What do you need? You just want more fabric. Are you happy? Absolutely, Miss Lisa. Absolutely. I'm one of those people that make my situation. I figure out a situation and I make it all that works. So, and I love it. So my husband and I are happy. It's just he and I. We have the grandkids. They come to visit. They like to come visit and hang out with us. So it's kind of cool. We did it a couple of years ago. We weren't sure if, because we'll be well. Somebody asked me yesterday, how soon are you going to retire? And I looked and I'm like, well, what's his hobby? I am in a trailer park. I'm in an RV park here. So, my husband because we go outside. We ride the side by side. We go riding on the jet skis. We like to hunt and fish. But he's a gamer. He likes to game. So, so right now we're parked. We are parked because, I'm a director of IT. I run an IT department. He works for the sheriff's office. So we did this before we retired. We wanted to do this before we retired. That way, just in case we decided we didn't like it, we'd still have the opportunity to get back into a house. So, no, I'm in Arizona. I am in Arizona. Good morning. Miss Marnie just wants more fabric. I picked up, my sister did the same move to Mercedes, Texas, and over 55 and plus small home she had, right? What is the temperature? So the temperature here right now, in the mornings, it's been around like yesterday morning, I went to a sewing class, and it was 27. So it's a little bit chilly. So, but it's not too bad. We've got heaters, you make it work. So my husband just ordered some, you always use, I do the majority of the time burr in Arizona, right, Lisa? I usually, when I'm sewing like this, I usually do use those start and stop pieces. It keeps it from bunching. If you've ever, when you're stitching, it's a little chilly. I'm in the upper Arizona. So in the valley in Phoenix and stuff, it's probably around 40 degrees, upper 30s, 40 degrees. So, but where we're at, we're up in an upper elevation, a little bit upper. So 32 here. See? Yeah, the bunching. Yeah. So with that bunching, if you use that starter and stopper, you don't have the bunching. On there. So that's why I kind of, if possible, I use those starters and stoppers. It's just a scrap piece of fabric you got. And on those scrap pieces of fabric, fold them in half. You want to make sure and fold it in half. You want to give it some texture. Make sure and fold it and give it a little bit more than just a single piece. So, because the single piece is sometimes where you get in trouble with that. So. Anybody that's just joining, I'm working on using yesterday. Awesome. We are working on a quilt. We're gonna see if we can do a quilt in a day, y'all. Last week we actually created a quilt in 3.5 days. So I think I can do this morning. So we're gonna find out. We are going to find out, y'all. Fingers crossed. We're gonna get this stitch. We'll go over to the pressing mat and get it all pressed out. Then we'll stitch it all together. My husband will be up in a few hours, so then we'll be able to get it sandwiched. And then get it quilted. We're going to do an easy quilting on it too. So I'm excited. I have all these pieces for the abstract though. Super excited. Super excited. Thank y'all for joining. Fun. So you see, so you were asking if all of them are saying, see how this one's got like flowers on the top of its head? This one right here doesn't have the flowers on top of the head. So each one's a little different. And then, like I said, some of them are sitting in bathtubs, or those wash tubs. Thanks, Barney. You know the we call them those 55-gallon wash tubs. My mom used to have one, and some of them are sitting in those. So some of those are sitting in those. So, but we're having fun. Just adding strips around these. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. I was so worried that I was going to be on here so early this morning and nobody was going to be here. But so I appreciate it. I've been like sitting here talking to myself. What's Carrie doing? Oh, dude, she's talking to herself over there. Good morning. Oh wow. Oh my gosh. Thank y'all for joining. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate it. Said it like I was so scared that I was gonna be sitting here talking to myself this morning. But I told the person that I had this quilt made for that, because they were like, "Are you gonna do this quilt on live?" And I'm like, "Well, I guess so." So this is what we're doing today. Stacking up for that abstract, y'all. What length you using? Oh, to make the quilt? I really don't use a pattern. So I take these squares turn out to be, I think they're 12-inch squares. So I take 12-inch squares and I do 3, 6, 9, 12. Either 12 or 15 rows, depending on the stitch length. Just the basic stitch length. I don't change it. So sometimes you gotta kick me in the butt. That's not what I'm asking, Carrie. That AI thing keeps popping up. Quilt making tips. Ask about sewing length. It's like somebody was just asking that. Why are you asking that? Those AI things are funny, I'll tell you. They're like, hey, let me tell you what to ask. Yeah, so on this one, I don't change the stitch length on this one. So I just leave it as default, which I don't know exactly what it is. So. It's funny, your little starter and stopper ends up getting filled up. I knew I used a lot of the 2.2, but oh, yeah. The smaller stitches can be, I don't know. I try to stay away from those. I try to just use just the regular stitch on there. I like to go bigger. If I can go bigger, I go bigger. So thank you, Marnie. I appreciate it. She says she loves the quilt ideas. So Arizona seems to be a big horse area, nice ranches. Have you done any? I have done some horse quilts. I have some, oh my gosh. So I was showing Barb earlier here that this is what I made yesterday, This is what I made yesterday, which is kind of cool. So, but they have a horse theme one. So I'm thinking I'm going to do a horse theme one. So we're going to see. So that was fun. That was what I did this weekend. How fun is that, right? How fun is that? So each one of these strips are a little bit different. Yeah, I don't like I like easy quilts. I like the easy quilts that you can get done because, everybody likes to have a quilt, but, I don't like I don't know. I don't like anything that's going to take me weeks or months to do. I like to be able to complete a project. And I find that if you're like new to quilting or, just learning how to quilt, if you make it easy, you'll get to where you like it a lot more. So I don't know. I know my friend Nikki, she goes, I'm going to try this one square. And I'm like, you have fun with that. The detail ones are right. They're very expensive. So I'm like, yeah, no. Pretty much the ones are my go-to. I do with strips. I do like the X block one that is made with 3 strips. I use this quilt square that is made with you take a 10-inch block in your strips, or I take 2 10-inch blocks sewed together and flopped out. So those are literally my go-tos, y'all. Those are literally my go-tos. I don't like to do the crazy quilts. I do the ones with panels in the middle. That's just a panel. I do ones that have like panels in the middle of it and then grow from that panel. Just something fun. So I like the fun things that you can finish because it's homemade. No matter what it looks like, people are gonna like it. So they're like, "Hey, I made this for you." Okay, that works. Thank you. So. You have those ones that are like so detailed, and I have one that I'm gonna have to make. So I've joined the group Quilts of Valor. I love the quilt hanging. Oh, well, thank you. That was fun to make. That's Laura Lee. So and they're all fun. It says so happy to sew together. Lazy Laura, made of measure. So Daisy. They're just fun. So each one of these different, what got me on your channel was the quilting with the embroidery machine and then love. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you've joined. I'm so glad you've joined. I love making blocks in the embroidery. That's fun too, Marnie. I do that also. Making blocks in the embroidery hoop. I love the embroidery machine. I have 3 of them. Go figure. I love the embroidery machine. I can't help myself. Yesterday, so last 2 days I took a class for the master class, like the cactus I showed you. But there was a lady there. She was from New Mexico, and she had lost her husband recently. And so just to bring a smile on her face, I took her one of my fun mug rugs. I was like, you know what? I just want to bring a smile to your face. So I took her a mug rug. So I don't know. I can't help myself. I'm a people pleaser, y'all. I'm a people pleaser. This strip is kind of fun. This strip has hearts on it. Look at the hearts. Isn't that fun? There's like hearts, little hearts. Little hearts. I didn't get an embroidery machine that sews too. Wished I, right? I had one that did both, or mine do both. But I have to say, I like to sit and run the embroidery machine and then come back to the other machine and sew. So half the time I've got 3 embroidery machines running and then this one running. So I've got 4 machines running at one time, y'all. I don't know. Multitask. You got to multitask. Oh, lots of fun. Lots of fun, y'all. But this is an easy quilt, y'all. This is really an easy quilt. You take any size quilt square, any size quilt square. I had so much fun, Marnie. She asked if I enjoyed the class. I had a lot of fun. So, but yeah, I like to be able to have the embroidery machine running and then be able to hop on your other machine and sewing while that embroidery machine's running. So, I don't know. And then crazy me, I run 2 other embroidery machines at the same time. So. Of course, this morning we're not running any. We're just working on this one because I have a project I want to do, but I don't have the designs downloaded yet. So I need to get the designs downloaded. Once I get the designs downloaded, then I'll start it. But I wanted to get going on this, and I didn't want to take up my embroidery machine because we're going to be quilting on that here this morning too. So. I always enjoy taking classes. You know, I'm sitting there, you know, maybe I already know how to do it, but it doesn't matter. You know, you get to sit there and hang out with other fellow sewers. You know, you get to, sometimes you learn things. So it's a lot of fun. And sometimes you can help the teacher out if you've got people around you that don't know how to do a lot of the stuff. So you help them out. You know, me and my helping out. I can't help it. I can't help it. So many pieces we're going to have for abstract. I am excited. I have all the ones. So the quilt we made last week for Amy, I have all of those quilt pieces. And then we'll have all these quilt pieces. So we'll have to make the strip. We'll have to sew some of these together for the strip around for the binding. But we'll still have quite a few. Well, I still have a whole bundle of these things. I still got a whole bundle of them. So we got lots. We got lots of the black and the white. That was a different kind of bundle. The strips, this is how long the strips were. I don't know how long that is. It looks like, I don't know, maybe 20 inches instead of the regular size. So it was a different kind. It wasn't really a jelly roll. So, but it worked. It worked. So. And I guess, granted, when I got it, because I got it off of it did say 2.5-inch strips. It didn't say how long those 2.5-inch strips were, but it still worked out okay because they're plenty long enough for the side of these squares. So that's all that matters. You end up trimming them anyways. So. fun. If I miss your questions, I apologize. I want to go make sure I didn't. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. We're having fun with this Highland cows. Having fun with Highland cows this morning. And don't forget your coffee. You got to get to drink coffee. I just went and filled it up, so. Thanks for joining, y'all. Thanks for joining. Look at this one. This one's fun. So this one's kind of turns. Good morning. How are you? That one's a fun one. Each one is a little bit different. Each one's a little different. So we're going to try and make it, once we piece it together, we'll try and look. I am good. I am good. How could you not be good when you're sewing, right? You got to have fun sewing. You got to have fun sewing there, y'all. So our goal today is to actually finish this quilt. So we're going to see. Trim these off. So anybody that's joining, I have these Highland cows. I printed these Highland cows. Where did my other piece go? I lost my other piece. Probably fell off the backside. That's all right. I have these Highland cows I printed off on the fabric. And then I've taken 2.5-inch strips, the 2.5-inch strips on the side. And we're just adding, each one is a different strip. So we're just adding a strip onto the side of these. Once we get them all sewed on there, what we'll do is we'll go over to the pressing mat. We'll get them all pressed out and then we'll lay them out and get them all sewed together. So we'll see how that goes. But like I said, today we're going to see if we can get them all pieced. Once we get them all pieced, I'll sandwich that quilt. Then we'll load it into the embroidery machine. We will be quilting on the embroidery machine. So we're going to quilt this quilt on there. And once we get it quilted, we'll get it all trimmed up and get the binding on there. So, y'all, I'm hoping we're going to get this done today. So, this morning. So I'm hoping this morning. So I got up early. I decided, I'm like, you know what? Because I usually try and sleep in on the weekends because I'm usually up at 1:30 every morning. Usually up at 1:30 every morning, but decided, you know, this has to be done. This quilt has to be done by Tuesday. And I got a couple of things I got to do too. So I'm like, you know what? I got to get up early and see if we can do this in a day. We're going to see if we can do this in a day. I don't know. I think we can. I'm thinking positive, y'all. I am thinking positive. So I'm a positive thinker. I is a positive thinker, y'all. I like how quick these quilts stitch up. I like how quick they are. So. Anybody else working on a quilt? What quilts you guys working on? Are you working on a Christmas project? What are you doing for Christmas? Because I like to make everybody something for Christmas. That makes it kind of fun. That one makes it kind of fun. So. I have I have a couple of large what do you call them, mouse pads. I'm going to be making a couple of mouse pads also. So and the mouse pads they want are big mouse pads, not the small ones. They want the big ones. So So I have a couple of those. I'll be making those too. I'm working on a quilt called Stormy Seas. You'll have to send me what that is. I have never heard of that one. You'll have to send me what that is. Is it hard to make? I like making table runners. Oh, that's fun, Marnie. Table runners are fun. I did a fall table runner, and that one was kind of cool. I love fall colors. I love the creams and the browns and the oranges, the yellows. Somebody yesterday did a cactus with the browns. Yes, it's challenging. King size. You're brave. You're brave there. I used to do. I've done king size quilts, and I like to do lap quilts. I like to do the lap quilts. The lap quilts are cool. So those are the ones that I like to do. So thank y'all for joining this morning. Thanks for hanging out. Happy Sunday to you. Happy Sunday. Yeah, no king size. No king size for me. These are fun. If you didn't want it as a black and white quilt, you could actually take, if you've never done it, you can actually take like this right here. You take some crayons and you could color into it, and then you could heat, put another piece of fabric over the top and set it in with an iron. The color would stay. The only other king size I did was a Toss 9. Oh, wow. Yeah. Like I said, you're brave. Are you going to quilt it on the embroidery machine? One that big, if you don't have a long arm, you could actually tie it. I did a big one and I had to tie it. What would that come out if you washed it though? No. So the crayons don't come out. So, because what you do is you take and you color it. You take and color it. And then once you've colored it, you take that iron or heat press, either one, and you set the color in. Once you set it in, it doesn't come out. So, right? It's kind of cool. We have, I'll show you once we go over to the pressing mat. I think I have a couple over there. Because what you do is it's kind of fun. You take a light board. If you take a light board and you put your piece of fabric on there with like a coloring sheet, take your favorite coloring sheet. Like if you've got kids that's got coloring sheets, whatever their favorite character is, you take that character and then you put your piece of fabric over the top of it, and then take a permanent marker and then you draw around that sheet, and then give that to your kids. Let them color it. And then once they color it, you can make something fun with that. Make sure you heat set those crayons in. Crayola crayons, y'all. So probably want to make sure that they're those, because some of the other ones are made out of some different, what is that? Wax, or I can't remember exactly what crayons are made out of, but some of them are made out of some different stuff. So maybe we'll have to do that on live one day. Y'all want to do that on live one day? We could totally do that on live one day. That'd be kind of fun. Take that light box. We could trace around some fabric. Thanks for the follow. Trace around some fabric, and then we could add color one in. Okay, we could do that. Yeah, absolutely. We will add that to the schedule. We've got the next 2 weeks filled up. Y'all filled up those next 2 weeks the other day. What's a light box? So my husband actually built me a light box, but what it is they have them, but it's my husband built mine out of a drawer, like a drawer out of a dresser. It was an old dresser that was falling apart. So he took that drawer and then he put a light in the middle of it, and then he put plexiglass on the top of it. So what you do is you turn that light on, and then it pushes light up through there. So you take and you put the what do you call it? The coloring page down, and then you take and put your piece of fabric on top of that, and that light pushes up through the fabric and it shows the lines on the coloring pages. And then that way it allows you to take that marker and draw. You're like tracing, almost like the Elmos. Do y'all remember the Elmo projectors? So that would be That would be a good idea. Light boxes are expensive. They are. Light boxes can be very expensive. So like I said, my husband took an old dresser drawer, put one of those lights in it, because you can get the lights fairly. You can use a sunny window, right, Jen? You could do that too. Thanks for the follow, Nancy. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, you could use a window, just anything that's got light through it. Anything that's got a light through it that'll allow you to do that. So, and like I said, I have a couple over here. Once we get these all stitched up and we go over to the pressing mat, I'll show you the ones that I have. One that is really fun to do. Can you do the holding the paper on a window? Absolutely. Absolutely. That was what Jen was just saying, that you could hold it up on a window. So just as long as the light comes through, there. Marnie's saying they have light strips on A that are chargeable. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's kind of cool. So I think we need to do this on a live, y'all. We need to add this as a to-do. Don't let me forget when I get back over to the cutting mat, I'll add it for the following week because I have fun with that. But y'all remember the Dick and Jane books? That is a fun quilt to do. You take those Dick and Jane books and you take and trace out on those and make a quilt out of that. How fun is that for a little kid? I like to do you remember the Precious Moments? The Precious Moments babies? Those are fun to do too. So, oh my gosh, y'all are giving me so many ideas now. See what happens? You sit there and think about these things. So I've done so many different things. So we're going to have to do that one. We'll have to do that one. Thanks for the follow, Hannah. I appreciate it. So we'll add that to the schedule, y'all. Like I said, we'll add it. I have the next 2 weeks are taken up. I think we have next 2 weeks. So, taken up next week. What are we doing next week? So next week, Monday, we're doing zipper bags in the hoop. Monday, we'll be doing zipper bags in the hoop. Tuesday, I will be showing y'all how to create a template in your embroidery machine hoop. So if you want to quilt with your embroidery machine, I'm going to show y'all how to do that. I will show y'all how you can quilt with your embroidery machine. And it doesn't matter if you have just a little bitty 4x4 hoop or a big hoop, because I'm going to show you the process all the way through. So make it where you can quilt with those embroidery machines. Because, even if you have that 4x4 hoop, you can do like a baby quilt. I mean, you can do any size quilt you want. It's just going to take a while. But with the little 4x4 hoop, you can make mug rugs. You can make pot holders. You could do placemats. So many different things that you can do with that. On Wednesday, I'm going to show y'all quilting on blue jeans. You have to have a sewing embroidery for the bag. So you have to have an embroidery machine. You just need an embroidery machine only for that. Thanks for the follow. For the zipper bags on Monday, just an embroidery machine. The whole thing is made in the embroidery machine. So it's kind of cool. Kind of cool how it works. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Susan. Thank you for the follows. So yeah, so we'll do that on Monday. Thursday is throw carry for a loop day, y'all, because we are going to be taking 2 sweatshirts. We're going to take those 2 sweatshirts, cut them right in half. We're going to cut those 2 sweatshirts in half, and then we're going to sew them back together. But I'm almost thinking what we might do is we might make a jacket out of that. So we'll sew the back together, but I'm thinking we're going to leave, thanks for the heart, me. I'm thinking we're going to leave the side open and put a binding on the side of it. And then we'll add some embroidery. We maybe do some reverse applique on it. Thanks for the follow. So that is what Thursday is. Friday, I think, was freestanding lace. So that's what next week's schedule is. So, and anybody that's new to me, I'm on Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 6:30 in the morning. I do, and I'm in Arizona, so it's Mountain Standard Time right now. But as far as the schedule, y'all get to choose what we do. So every week is different. Every week is completely different on what we're doing. So if you have something you want to learn how to do, let me know. We'll do a live on it. If I don't know how to do it, we'll learn it together and have fun with it. So that's what makes it fun. So thank you for hanging out. Marnie is saying that Creative Kiwi has a free zipper bag, y'all. So if you don't have a zipper bag pattern, you might check that one out. So thank you for hanging out, y'all. Thanks for hanging out this morning. I said I was so afraid I was going to get up this morning because usually I'm not live on Sundays, and usually I'm not live at 1:30 in the morning either. So thanks for the follow. So I appreciate, and y'all meeting new people this morning. So thank you for hanging out. We're going to get all these made. Once we get all these made, we've got a few more to go. Then we'll get them all pressed out. Once we get them all pressed out, then we'll stitch them together. It's going to be a cute quilt. Oh, we have a puzzle. Let me get that puzzle before we get kicked off there. There we go. I want a split sweatshirt up the front, make jacket out of them, easier than a border on. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, that's true. It'd be easier to embroider if you trim the middle of it. So very true. Very true. So thanks for joining, y'all. Hot flashes. Y'all have hot flashes? Tell you. Sometimes it's like cold, and how am I hot? So, but okay. I have a stack over here that I've got set up. Never. Never. Good morning, Jules. How are you? How is your Sunday? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So, you haven't really met. So we're just still sewing the squares together. We've been chatting a bunch. We got a bunch of new friends on here, so which is kind of cool. We're just sewing strips on the cows. So once we get the strips all sewed, we'll go over to the pressing mat and get them pressed. How's your weekend going? How is your weekend going? Did you get your coffee this morning? You gotta have your coffee. Get your coffee out, y'all. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. No coffee yet? Yeah, it's gonna be a cool quilt. This is gonna be cool. So this is one of those is like, hey, I need it done by Tuesday. So I'm like, Thank y'all for joining this morning. I appreciate it. We're creating a quilt. We're gonna try and do the whole process, y'all. Once we get this all these squares piece, we'll get them all pressed and then we'll sew them together. And then y'all, we're gonna get it sandwiched and loaded into that embroidery machine. If my husband doesn't get up by then, we'll sandwich it in here. We'll figure it out. Usually I sandwich it sandwich it in on the bed. So, but I don't spray it or anything. So we can figure, as long as it's big enough, as long as the outside is big enough, we're okay. We'll be okay. I gotta look and see what I'm gonna use for backing. I haven't looked. I gotta look and see what I got for backing up here. Right? Aren't they cool? I have to say, Highland cows. I'll tell you, the baby Highland cows are cute. The baby Highland cows are cute. I need to find some images for that. That'd be kind of cool. I have the baby Highlands on my granddaughter's quilt that I did for her. Thanks for the roses. You're a sweetheart. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all. Okay. So that one's done. Each one's got a little bit different variation of the strips. So more or less all the same strips, just a little bit of variation on all of them. So kind of cool. Kind of cool. Every time I see the polka dots, I think about that song. We were talking about that song the other day. We were talking about the song the other day. Each little cow is a little bit different. There's some of them that are the same, but each one's just a little bit different. Just a little bit different. Designs by Juju has started giving away free embroidery designs every Friday. Hey, y'all. If you do embroidery, check Fridays on Juju. That's kind of cool. Thanks for sharing that, Marnie. Thanks for sharing that. I appreciate it. What's the little red fabric freak? Does it help with? So yes. So, you know, when you're sewing, you start sewing and it bunches right there at the start or the ending of it. So I use a starter and a stopper. Your starter and your stopper, so you're sewing on it to begin with, and then you just slide your other one in there. So when you do that, it stops the bunching. So learned that years ago at a quilt retreat I took. Lady was using those, and I'm like, what are you using that piece of fabric? Right? I was like, what are you using that piece of fabric for? She goes, well, it stops the bunching and that. And then plus it saves thread, y'all. It saves thread. So, because how much thread do you use when you stop and then you go to the next one and then that piece of thread? So it saves you thread too, because sometimes thread can be fairly expensive. Y'all. So. But yeah, so you just take and you sew. When you're sewing along, you let it go just a few stitches, and then you slide that one in there. And then you just have your needle in the down position, and then you turn and trim it. Just turn and trim it, right? I know, after they said that, and I'm like, oh, ha. And then you end up with lots of stitches on a little bitty piece of fabric, but it's kind of fun. Sometimes good morning, Miss Anna. Good morning. Sometimes it's like, how many stitches can I get on one piece of fabric? It's kind of fun to see. How's Miss Anna this morning? Are you enjoying your weekend? Thanks for the follow. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, all y'all. Y'all are awesome. Anybody new to me? We have fun sewing. We said y'all get to pick the schedule on what we do today. Oh, well, thank you for the heart, me. You gotta wave at him. He's just the cutest thing. You gotta wave at him. So we always have fun. The class was a blast, Anna. The class was a blast. Let me show you what we made yesterday. I'll have to show you. This was cool. So yesterday, y'all, I took a class the last 2 days from Anita Good Design. Check these out. I've caught a few of your videos. Awesome. Well, thanks for joining, Elsa. So this is what we did yesterday. This is what we did yesterday. Is that not gorgeous? And y'all, it's like 3D. It is literally like 3D. You see the butterflies and stuff popping out. So we're going to be making a few of these. I got to get a bunch of them stitched up. So, but we're going to be doing a few of those. We'll add it to the schedule. We'll add it to the schedule once I get everything prepped. Once I get everything prepped, we will add it to the schedule and have some fun with that. So, right? Is it not cool? I'm excited. They have, I mean, we can do a boot. We can do a horse. We can do a cow. We can do pretty much anything, you know. So they have all these different things. Like I said, I sent some silhouette designs, like the SVG files, to a friend of mine that has a laser cutter. So I asked if they could do, cut the thank you for the heart, me. Thank you, cowgirl. So I asked them if they could cut these out of, what do you call it? Plexiglass. So if they're able to do that, I'll create the applique designs, and then we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun, y'all. So I'm going to figure out a way. I am going to figure out a way. So hopefully, it'll be fun. Good morning. How are you? How is Southern Sass? I try, Marnie. I try new creative ideas. I like to do new things. You know, we have sometimes we do some different things. Sometimes we do some different things, but other times we do the same things. So, hey, Crystal, how are you? How are you? Thank you. I appreciate that. That is very sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you. This is an enjoyable morning, y'all. This is an enjoyable morning. Don't forget your coffee. Get your drink of your coffee. There's lots of scraps for that abstract class, y'all. We have lots of scraps for that abstract class we're doing in February. Anybody wanting information on the abstract class, let me know. I can send you the information on it. So it's going to be a 2-day Zoom class, and that Zoom class is going to go from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. more or less. So first day, you're going to learn how to do an abstract postcard, an abstract pot holder, an abstract placemat. You're just going to learn how to do that process. Tired, just got off my night. Oh my gosh, you are probably tired. You are probably tired. So good morning, Sharon. Good morning. Well, thanks for joining. I appreciate you coming and hanging out and saying hi. So yeah, so that first day, like I said, you're going to do like postcards, pot holders, placemats, mug rugs, just small items, just to get you used to the process of making, doing the abstract process. And there is no pattern. There is no pattern. You make your own pattern. Trust me on this. It works. So have you ever used laser cut fabric appliques on a quilt? Yes, Marnie, I have. Yes, I have. So I'll tell you here in a minute. So, then on the second day, you're going to take what you've learned that first day, and you're going to create yourself a quilt. You'll create just a quilt to go on the back of the couch, a wall hanging, just something fun. So I'll show you a quilt here. I'll show you, I have a few things here I'll show you after I get this square done. That one's sewed. We're going to press these on the iron too. We're going to get these pressed on the iron. There's those. So that 2-day Zoom, and it's a Zoom class, y'all. It's a 2-day Zoom class. And I'm throwing things on the floor. So on that 2-day class, you're going to learn how to do an abstract postcard. You'll learn how to do that abstract postcard. And if you look, you'll see the stitches. So you have those, you'll learn how to do this. Pot holder. You'll learn how to do a pot holder. Placemat, mug rug, all those things on that first day. Day 2, it's like I said, it's a 2-day virtual Zoom class. Mug rug. You'll make a mug rug. So on the second day, what you're going to do is you're going to take everything you've learned and you're going to turn it into a quilt, y'all. So I stitched this up in a couple hours. So you'll have all day to do that. And as you see, there's no pattern. There's literally no pattern to this. You just take, you take a piece of fabric and then you just keep adding to it. You just keep adding to it. So like I said, I'm doing a 2-day Zoom class. Anybody interested, shoot me a message and we can look at that. And I can give you all the information on it. So it's going to be in February 6th and 7th, I believe is what I have it scheduled for. It's going to be on Zoom. So, yeah, the Zoom's going to be fun. It is going to be fun. Yes, I know. I'll be able to see you guys too. That'll be cool. So, you don't have to show your face if you don't want to. But it would be nice to be able to actually meet y'all in person, kind of in person, virtually anyway. So I'm excited, y'all. We have see how many more squares we got here. So we have 1. We're fixing to do this one. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 more squares to do, y'all. 5 more squares. Once we get all 5 of these done, we'll get over and we'll get them pressed together. Once we get all those pressed together, we will get it stitched up. We're going to be stitching this thing here pretty soon. We're doing pretty good. It's 3:40, so we're doing pretty good. We're stitching right along. Just stitching right along. Stitching right along here. So I'm going to go warm my coffee up. Be right back, guys. So in the toy hauler, so my husband's sleeping, but in the toy hauler, if I close that door, he can't hear us back here, which makes it kind of work. It makes it kind of work. So it's kind of cool. Okay. Gotta have warm coffee. So thank you for hanging out this morning, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Anybody new to the live? Yeah. So we are creating a quilt and we're going to hopefully do the whole process today. So we're taking squares that I printed. I printed these highland cows on the cotton sheets. So then I took 8.5 by 11. They're 8.5 by 11. And I just left them 8.5 by 11. And then we're taking 2.5-inch strips and we're sewing around these 8.5 by 11s. And then we'll get them stitched together. Then we'll get them all stitched together. And then once we get them all stitched together, we're going to sandwich that quilt and move on. And we're going to do some edge-to-edge quilting in the embroidery machine. So anybody wants to hang out today, hang out with us this morning because I'm hoping we're able to get this. Well, we only got, I think, so 5 more squares, including this one. 5 more squares, including this one. Then, like I said, we'll go over and get them all pressed. Once we get them pressed, we'll get them all stitched together. I'll kind of organize because I want to try and get some of these. The next ones coming up are the cow ones. I knew are the ones in the tub. Wait till you see the next one. The next one is cute. These next ones, because there's, I think 4 of those. So we'll try and get one of those in each of the rows. Try and mix it up some. Maybe we'll put the bathtub ones down the middle. I don't know. Ta-doom. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. Doom. Doom. I got the kids, so I got 3 of the kids' quilts stitched up the other day. And then I'm working on the other 3. So I got 6 quilts that I got to get done for the grandkids by Christmas too. So. The things I get myself into, y'all. The things I get myself into. It's like, sure, I can do a quilt. Sure, why not? Fun times, y'all. Fun times. Okay, so we got one more side on this one. I can't wait for you to see the next square. Wait till you see the next square, because the next square is kind of a cool Highland cow. And I got 4 different ones of those, so. And then we're so cool. We're piecing pretty quickly this morning, y'all. We are piecing pretty quickly, so making it nice. And I appreciate y'all hanging out. I really appreciate you hanging out and chatting with me this morning. It's kind of cooling off. I think as it gets closer to the morning, it's kind of cool. Getting kind of cool. Like I said, yesterday morning when I left, because I left at 6:30 yesterday morning for the class, I think it was 27. It was a little chilly. A little bit chilly there. Stop. Get back in there. Doom. Doom. Where do you get the Highland? So I actually print them, Paula. So I get the images off of if you know what I'm talking about. And then once I get the images, I take and I print them on my inkjet printer. Makes it kind of nice. Look, guys. That's not cute. How cute is that? Right? It's like, oh my gosh, how cute. Cute, cute. You can put the fabric through the printer. Yes, ma'am. So they actually have, then you're, Paula. Right? Isn't it cute? It is just darling. Darling, darling. Anybody wanting to know where I get the images, let me know, because you can actually print them on this, but y'all, let me show you where it's at. So I also have, I also send them to get printed on, I don't know if you've seen the DTFs. Y'all, look. This is the one for my granddaughter. So these are actually DTF prints. So those are kind of fun too. Those are kind of fun. So you can either print them on fabric or you can print them, get them printed on the DTFs. So that's the one that I'm doing. So my one granddaughter is doing the Highland cow. The other one's doing unicorns. The other one's doing Incredible Hulk. One's doing dinosaurs. And then one is doing some show. I don't know what the show is. This one. I have no idea what that show is, but that's my oldest granddaughter. She's doing that one. And then the other one is doing A for Adley, I think is what it is. So those are the themes of all 6 of those. What side do you get the... So if you send me an information, I can send me a message. I will send you the information for it, Paula. Send me a message and I'll send you that for you. Because they're phenomenal. They are phenomenal. And I just went off to the side. Hold up. See, that's what happens. I turned my head. Their customer service is really good and they print really fast. They print really fast. So it's like I'll order one day, they ship it the very next day. They ship it the very next day, which works out really well. So, and it's kind of nice because you could actually take in for my So you just need an inkjet printer. I actually have a Moda printer. It's a Brother Moda printer. But you don't have to have, good morning, Linda. You don't have to have the Brother Moda. You just need an inkjet. And then you need the fabric paper. I'm half tempted. I seen a thing where you could actually use like freezer paper, I think it is. And cut your own sheets and then add it to the freezer paper and then send that through your printer. I haven't been brave enough to do that yet. I keep getting the fabric sheets. I just get the fabric sheets. So, but they're just inkjet, and the inkjet sets the ink into the fabric, and then just make sure you wash it in cool water. Make sure it's washed in cool water. You don't want to wash it in hot, because but once it's set in, then what you've washed a few times, you should be good. You should be good. I haven't had a problem with them coming off, so. And I print a lot of stuff. So. Yes. So that's where I get the fabric from. And then the images I get off of, what do you call it? On ET. Yes, I get the fabric sheets on A. Yes. And if you send me a message, I can tell you which ones they are. Yeah. Yes. Exactly, Barb. Da-doom. Da-doom. Always willing to share information with y'all. Always. Now I'm trying to figure out how to send you. Paula, you should be able to. Here, let me do this. I'm gonna click you. Follow. So I'm gonna follow you. Now, now that I've followed you, give me a follow back, and you should be able to send me a message. You're not very. We can still hook you up. We can still help you out there. So. You don't have to be tech savvy. You're good. You don't have to be tech savvy. Three more to go. Okay. So now you should be able to click my profile, Paula, and you can send me a message. You should be able to send me a message now. The ones in the bathtub are cute, y'all. The ones in the bathtub are cute. Okay. Let me see. Oh, I'm going to... Are you still over on TT? Let me see if I can. Do you know where to get laser cut fabric appliques? Marnie. I used to. The company that I used to get them from was in Alaska, and they don't do it anymore. So, I do not know where to get those. I'm assuming maybe you possibly could, assuming you possibly could on, what do you call it? On E, maybe you can get the appliques on E. I don't know. I don't know where you could get those. I don't know. I will figure out how to get back to you on the YT. So I haven't figured that one out. Just print on cotton fabric. So Paula, they're actually they're what do you call it? Fabric sheets. They're actually fabric sheets. Like I said, if you send me a message, I will tell you the fabric sheets I use. Because there's some different fabric sheets out there, but the quality and I get, I think, 30 in one package. So you get 30 sheets in one package. And they're the best quality, the ones I've found, because I found some other ones and the fabric is just so thin. The fabric is really thin and not very good quality. So these are the best ones that I found. Thank y'all for hanging out. Anybody, and also anybody that is over on TT, I am over on the YT. So good morning, Nikki. Good morning. We've got a couple more, I think 3 more squares, y'all. 3 more squares. We'll be done stitching squares. You been sewing this weekend, Miss Nikki? Good morning. Good morning. Gotta have coffee. Got everything cut up yesterday. Sewing tea. Awesome. Miss Nikki, I got on here at 1:30 this morning. I have this quilt that I have got to get done today. So we're trying to make this in a day. We are trying to make this in a day. So we've got this one and 2 more squares to make today. So, or this morning or right now. And then we'll go over to the pressing mat. We'll get them all pressed. And then we will sew them all together. Depending on if Derek is up or not yet. We may be sandwiching that quilt in here, y'all. We'll figure it out. So they said, I don't baste the quilt. I don't baste the quilt when I went, you went back to sleep about that time. You're funny. I don't baste the quilt when I do it in the embroidery machine. That way I can move the fabric around and make sure that it's all tight in there. So being as I don't baste it, I don't actually have to lay it out. So I just like to lay it out, but if we can't, we don't have to. So 1 more strip on this one. Oh my gosh, we are getting close, y'all. I'm excited. I think we're going to be able to do this today. I have faith. We're going to be able to do this today. We are just stitching along. Just stitching along. Miss Nikki, we have some new friends this morning, which is cool. Doom. Okay. 2 more to go, y'all. 2 more to go. I'm loving the ones in the tub. I'm loving the ones in the tub. It's like the 55-gallon wash tubs. You remember those? It's kind of what it looks like. So we got 2 more to go. 2 more to go, y'all. I'm excited. 2 more. How did we already get here? We already got here. This is exciting. We've been stitching right along this morning. Stitching right along. Good morning, Miss Sherry. Good morning. How are you? Good morning to everybody on YT too. Good morning to everybody on YT. How's Miss Sherry this morning? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate the follows, y'all. Anybody new to me? I am usually on Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 6:30 in the morning, Arizona time, which is Mountain Standard Time right now. We're just doing a pop-up live today because we're trying to get a quilt done. We're trying to get a quilt done today. So, but come join the lives. Come hang out, have coffee, watch what we're doing. If you have a request for us to make something, put in that request. I have one thing that we're going to do is, where is home from? Nebraska here. Good morning, Paula. I'm in Arizona. I am in Arizona. So welcome, Nebraska. Where's everybody else from? Where are we all from this morning, y'all? Chilly morning. Miss Nikki, we'll go ahead and walk tomorrow morning, I'm thinking. That way I can get walking before I get stitching after our morning live tomorrow morning. We're going to do zipper bags tomorrow morning. Embroidery zipper bags. Utah. Welcome, Utah. Illinois. Welcome, welcome. Snow and cold here. Paula. Yikes. No fun. Somebody asked me, they're like, do you miss the snow? I'm like, nope. I do not. Looks pretty out the window. Tennessee. Welcome, Tennessee. Welcome, welcome. Charlotte, North Carolina, very foggy. Michigan, 15 degrees and snow. Burr, sending you some warm vibes, Miss Starling. I don't like driving in the fog. I don't like driving in the fog. It's kind of scary. I don't know why. I don't know. I think about like those creepy movies. It's just scary. I don't like scary movies. So that's what I think about. You are very welcome, Miss Darlene. Good morning from snowy Denver, and just found you at the end of your last stream. So hello, Carrie and Fritz. Good morning, Jenna. Thanks for joining, and welcome, Colorado. Welcome, Colorado. It's very scary, and I ran into my car. Ah, Kay, you be careful, please. You be careful. How's the weather in, oh, you said snowy in Denver. Ah. So my husband was born and raised over on the western slope. So Ohio, 25 degrees, snow on ground. Good morning weather. Ah, yikes. Y'all in this snow. Every once in a while, we get snow here in Arizona, and I'm in central Arizona. So we get snow here sometimes, but it's usually gone by noon. Usually gone by noon. So. Good morning. I got on at 1:30 this morning, fundraiser. I got on at 1:30 this morning. I'm on the last square. So we're going to finish then this one, and I only got one more square to do, and then we'll be pressing it. Okay, Miss Paula, I'll reply back to your message when I get off the live. So, but we have this one and then one more square. So I said we're gonna see if we can get a quilt done in a day. We're gonna see if we can get that quilt done in a day. So hopefully, we're gonna find out. I'm excited to see what this Highland cow. I've never done a black and white quilt. I have never done the black and white quilt. So I'm excited. And y'all, I got the variegated thread yesterday, so we're going to quilt it in black and white. We're going to quilt it in black and white. So, Miss Jenna, it's not snowing currently, but it's laying around from about 6 inches we got prior to this weekend. Ah, that's cold, Jenna. That is cold. Very cold. Cold. Okay, this one's done it. One more, y'all. We got one more to go. That's going to be right. I know. I'm excited. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. And Lydia, thank you, from Kentucky. Welcome, Kentucky. Welcome, Kentucky. How's your weather in Kentucky? This is going to be cool, y'all. I'm excited about these cows. Y'all. Said, got one more. Last square. Cold. Yeah. Well, it's a little chilly here. I don't remember. Or Nikki, what's the temperature here? Have you seen? Miss Nikki is my buddy here. So. Bo Daughtry. We have snow. You've got snow too? Everybody's got snow right now. I have a feel. I don't know why, y'all, but I think it's gonna be. Good morning, Miss Cynthia. I have a feeling it's gonna be a cold winter. I don't know why, but because last winter I don't even think I wore a big jacket. 37, y'all. It's 37 here. Last winter, Nikki, I don't remember us wearing a big jacket last winter. I don't think it was very cold last winter. Don't you know why? But I think it's going to be cold this winter. I don't know why, but I think it's going to be cold. No, last winter, it was warm. Jenna, as a former Arizona, and listening to how early you are up reminds me of my dad. He was a bricklayer, and he's always up well before the sun in Tucson and would be done working around noonish. Yeah? Masonite. Isn't that a masonite? Is it masonite, right, Jenna? I had the very nice guy that I had a flat tire one time, and I can usually change my flat tire, no issue. But had my tires rotated before I went on vacation. You were up at 3:30. Had my tires rotated before I went on vacation, and needless to say, they put them back on with a lug wrench. And I had it is, but not many people know that anymore. Bricklayers is most understandable. I just got used to saying it. No, I got you, Jenna. I got you. My dad was a Boilermaker and pipe fitter, so I feel you. And so I had broke down in between on the top of Salt River Canyon. Anybody in Arizona, in Salt River Canyon. So I was like, okay, no biggie. I'll get the jack out. I'll change the tire. I've changed many tires. So get out, get the jack out, get the lug wrench out. Y'all, I couldn't get the daggum, what do you call them? Lug nuts off. I'm like, I jumped up and down on this thing. I'm like, oh my gosh. So needless to say, it's 4:30 in the morning. It's early, so I'm like, okay. So I'm like trying to wave people down. Everybody's like driving by waving or whatever, So, yeah, I know. Right, Jenna? And so, needless to say, this guy that was drove by and literally with a trailer and did a U-turn, came back and pulled over. He happened to be a Masonite from Tucson. And I told him, I was like, if you can just loosen the lug nuts, I'll change the tire. Of course, he was a gentleman, and he actually changed my whole tire for me, threw the spare back in the back of the truck for me. And y'all, so there's still great guys out there. There is still great guys out there. So yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Good morning, Mary. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for joining. I appreciate you joining. Appreciate you hanging out. So yeah, that was awesome, Jenna. It was, there is still some amazing people out there. So You are very welcome, Jenna. You are very welcome. It just, I don't know, it gives me a respect, and it was very cool. I wished I remembered his names. Who knows? It might have been your dad, Jenna. So, but that was, oh gosh, that was probably, shoot, it was probably 10 years ago, Jenna. So it was a few years back. So crazy. Okay, one more strip, y'all. We got one more strip to sew, and we will have officially sewed, or no, two more strips, and we will have officially sewed all the squares, and then we will move over to the. Thanks for sharing, y'all. Thanks for sharing. We'll move over to the pressing mat. We'll get all these pressed, and then we will get them all sewed together. My husband's up. He's probably like, what are you doing? Have you lost your ever-loving mind? Yep. Okay. 2 more strips, y'all. 2 more strips, and we'll go press them, and then we'll sew them all together. And then, y'all, we're going to be quilting here in a couple hours. We're going to be quilting here pretty soon. Lydia, this is my first black and white quilt. I don't think I've ever done a black and white quilt. This is a request. This is an order for a quilt. So, and it's for his mother. So he's like, can you do black and white? And I'm like, well, yeah, sure. So, and the Highland cows are cool. So very cool. Do you quilt on your, Paula? Sometimes I do free motion quilting on my sewing machine, but today we're going to be doing edge to edge quilting in my embroidery machine. So we're actually going to quilt in the embroidery machine. So if you want to see that process, hang out, y'all. Hang out. Because we'll be quilting here once we get, like I said, because what we'll do is we'll get these pressed. Last strip. We'll get these pressed. We will sew them together. And then once we get it sandwiched, we'll start quilting. We're going to start quilting, y'all. So. And I'm going to use this variegated thread, the black and white variegated thread. So I'm excited to see how that's going to turn out. Sadly, Pops passed away in 14, so we were living in Flagstaff. So anyway, I'm excited to see the quilting process on the embroidery. I got a PE 700. Awesome, Jenna. Yeah, my dad's been gone since 98, so I feel your pain. He was only 55, so but it's always fun to hear those stories, right? Always fun to hear those stories. Okay, so let's go over here and get these pressed. And then we will get them all sewed together. Yes, absolutely. So, okay. So, drinking coffee. So we're going to move. I'm going to move y'all. Like I said, I'm in a fifth wheel, so y'all are seeing the process in a fifth wheel here. So we're going to come this way, turn that way here. So what we're going to do is, I was like, where did they go? They're right there. Right? Are they not cool? I'll tell you, the Highland cows. Let's turn the iron on here. Highland cows are just gorgeous. Gorgeous. So what I'm going to do is I use Best Press. I use Best Press on here. So I take and spray them with the Best Press. And then once we get that iron heated up, we'll get them all ironed. Once we get them all ironed, then we will, my dad just turned 90 a couple days. Awesome. Oh, yes, absolutely. Right, Jenna? Very cool. That is awesome. So you have the same iron and Paula. Oh my gosh, I love this iron. I'll tell you, anything cordless and living in a small space works great, because then you don't have to worry about the cables and all that other stuff. So yeah, absolutely. So fun. Get these going. Right. But I love my small space. So so this is my Martelli cutting table. So I have my Martelli cutting table. I've got which my husband's like, he goes, we can get it in there. So, and we did. So it worked out really well. So as soon as this heats up, get this heated up, then we'll get these pressed, like I said, get them all pressed, and then we'll stitch those together, and then we're gonna be quilting. We'll be quilting here in probably an hour. It shouldn't take maybe an hour to get this stitched together and then get it sandwiched and quilting. So I'm excited, y'all. Going to be fun. So yeah, y'all, this iron is cordless, and I am in love with this iron. It works out really, really well. Oh my gosh, guys, this is cute. You live in a fifth wheel. I do live in a fifth wheel, Lydia. So right now we do not travel. We moved to a fifth wheel prior to retirement to see if we liked it or not. So we figured we better do it before we retire. That way, just in case we didn't like it, we could change from doing that. So. That makes it nice. We decide we want to move somewhere, we move somewhere. So this is just going to be a lap quilt, Miss Paula. This is going to be a lap quilt. So not quite as big as a single size quilt. A little bit under a single size quilt. So it's like 50 by 40, I think is what it is. 50 by 40. Yeah. So those are my go-to sizes. I love doing lap quilts, especially in the small space. I can do bigger ones. I just don't like doing bigger ones. So usually when somebody wants to order a quilt, that's the first thing I offer is the lap quilts, because who doesn't want to snuggle up with a quilt on a couch or your recliner? You know, you need a quilt to snuggle up with. So you need a quilt to snuggle up with. A quilt to snuggle up with. So sometimes, Paula, but I have a AccuQuilt cutter too that I use for a lot of things, and but I mean I have my cutting table, so I mean it works out okay. So the space I have, so this is a toy hauler. So I don't know if you've ever seen a fifth wheel, but a lot of them have those toy haulers that have the, that's where they put like the side-by-side, your dirt bikes, your four-wheelers and stuff in the back of the toy hauler when you're traveling and stuff. That's my space. That is my space, right? Are they not cute? I am loving the cows and the black and white strips. Do you use water in the bottle or Best Press, Marnie? I use Best Press. I like Best Press. I was actually able when Joann's closed, able to get a whole gallon of it, so which was kind of nice. I tried to make my own press stuff one time. Yeah, no, that's like a no-go. You end up with white flakes everywhere, and yeah, it's like, yeah, no, never mind. I'm good. I'll just get it. Somebody I even tried. So somebody had said, make your own stuff out of. Isn't that cool? Yeah, I love Best Press too. I'm trying liquid starch watered down. You know, you end up with white flakes, Marnie. I don't know why. I ended up with white flakes or barbs. So, I've tried the liquid starch. I don't know. This one has it. The Best Press has it. I'll tell you. Try Best Press. I think you can actually get. Can you get it on A? I have to look and see. I have to look and see if you can get it on A. Y'all, we've already stitched all these this morning. How cool is that? We've already stitched all these this morning. I'm excited. I'm excited. Thank y'all for hanging out. Thank y'all for hanging out. I appreciate it. Oh, I need to add for the next week's schedule the coloring pages. Let me grab a couple of them out because I have them in the bottom drawer here. I think I have them down here and show y'all. Because we were talking about doing a light box. I just checked. They have Mary Ellen's Best Press. Is that? It is. Yes, it is. Thank you, Elsa. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, everybody's did, Marnie. Everybody. Joanne's is gone. No more Joanne's. No more Joanne's. Let's see. I thought I had. Maybe it was in the next one up. Maybe it was in the next one up. Thought I had some squares. I don't know what I did them. I'll have to see if I can find them. Because I had squares. We may just make some one day. We'll add it to the schedule. Right? I know. They always take away the good things. They always take away all the good things. It's like, come on. My dream one day is to own a quilt shop, y'all. My dream one day is to own a quilt shop. Just sit and sew all day, give classes, hang out. Wouldn't that be fun? It's like, So Jazz is trying to come back in partnership with Michaels. Have you heard anything about that in your area? Not really, Jenna. So Pam, I print these. I print this fabric. I print these on my Brother Moda. I print these on my Brother Moda. If you want to know where I get the images, let me know. I can send you the information for it. Because what I do is when I don't have or can't find the fabric, I end up just printing what I need for that theme. So. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, nice, Nikki. A couple more here. Then we'll cut or count, see how many we got. And that'll be how many we're sewing together here. Where do you find the black and white? Marnie, I got it at the quilt shop. Name me your machines that you quilt on. I have. So Paula, I use a Luminaire too. On Tuesday, I'm going to show y'all how to use your embroidery machine to quilt with. So no matter what embroidery machine you have, you can quilt. So I'll be showing how to create the templates, how to use those in your embroidery machines. We'll probably make some mug rugs or placemats or something on Tuesday, just to show you how to create those. So because you'll learn how to create the template, and then after you create that template, I'll show you how to actually use it. So you made me get up early and clean my sewing room. Thanks, I needed that. You're welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, last one here. Then we'll count how many we got. I've been proud of myself. I'm keeping my sewing room organized. Minus my corner over here. I've got a stack over here that's kind of misorganized, but that's okay. I'll get it organized. Okay. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Okay, so last one. So let's count and see how many we got. Here, y'all. So, because we're going to get these sewed together. We want to try and, so I want to make sure that I have, because there's 4 of these. I want to make sure one of those is in each of the, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so 15 divided by 5 rows. That's 5 rows. So let's do, so what we're going to do is we're going to take I'm going to put one of the Highland cow, or the ones in the wash tub, in the middle. So the way I do it is so we're going to put 3 in a row. So I'm going to take 3 in a row. I'm going to take that one. So the next 3, I'm going to take here, and I'm going to fold that one in half. That way I know that's the next row. Then I'm going to take the next 3, put that one on top, and then your next 3, because I want that wash tub in the middle, and then that one there, and then we have our next 3. Alrighty, are we ready to stitch this thing together? Good morning. How are you, Sheila? Good morning, Gracie. Good morning, Barb. Good morning, everybody. I moved in June, still looking for stuff for my sewing room. Fun, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. I am good. I am good. We've already stitched all these this morning. We got them all pressed. Now we're going back to the sewing machine. We're going to get them all sewed together, and we'll have a quilt piece. We'll have that quilt piece, and then we'll be sandwiching it. So let's move back over here. I'm going to go warm up my coffee, and then we'll start stitching. Here. So turn y'all back this way. Get y'all turned back this way here. Okay. Turn back there. Where do you find your amazing? So I print them. I print the panels, Sheila. I get the images and then I print them. So let me be right back. I'm gonna go warm my coffee up. Throw some more creamer in here, and I'm gonna go warm my coffee up right quick. Be right back. Okay. More coffee. Got to get more coffee. Okay. So these will go into my scrap box. Those will go into my scrap box. So now we'll get these pieced. You need to figure that out, Sheila. Oh my gosh. Send me a message. I'll help you out. Okay. So now what we're going to do, I'm going to turn this way because we're going to start stitching. So we're just going to sandwich these right sides together on here. Kind of line them up. And I still have my starter and stopper on here. So what we'll do is we'll sew a row, then sew that next row, and then we'll sew those together. And we'll get those sewed together. And this is the easy quilt. Nothing that I really go by a pattern with. So see how cool that's going to look? That is going to look really, really cool. You're very welcome. This is going to be cool. This is exciting, y'all. Exciting. But yeah, I mean, literally, so this is an 8.5 by 11 panel in the middle that I printed. And then I've just sewed 2.5-inch strips around it. So get you a panel printed. And then take those 2.5-inch strips. And you can use whatever. I mean, and if you don't want to print them, you could just cut yourself some 10-inch squares. Whatever size of in the middle it's up to you. It doesn't have to be the 8.5 by 11. It can be anything. It could literally be anything. So, but it makes out to be a pretty cool quilt because you're literally just sewing strips together and adding to it. So it's going to be very, very cool. This is going to be a cool quilt. I'm excited here. Okay. So let's add the next one here. I'm going to move my coffee so I don't get coffee on this quilt. Move you up there. We don't want to put coffee on the quilt. No coffee on the quilt. So then we're going to take these three. And I want to make sure that I have that center cow. So I'm going to take this one because we have that cow in the wash tub. The cow in the wash tub I want in the middle. I want that one in the middle. So we're going to sew these together. that one sewed together. So we've got the cow in the middle. So we want to make sure the next square we sew off to the other side. The cow in the middle. Hello, there's a cow in the middle. Okay, cow in the wash tub. How about that? Cow in the wash tub. Y'all know what I mean. Y'all know what I mean. So I hardly ever go by a pattern. I usually just make up my own as I go. So reading patterns. I don't know about y'all. How do y'all like reading patterns? Reading patterns cannot be. Good morning, coolest dad. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, y'all. So how cool. Oh my gosh. So now how I lay it out is, so you have your top row. You have your top row. So then you take your next row that you have that there. And then what I do is I fold it up. That way you make sure that you're sewing it on the right. That way you make sure you're sewing it the right way, y'all. You want to make sure it's sewn the right way. So then you could clip this together if you want. I'm just going to sew it together. We may clip it as it gets further down. We might clip it as it gets further down, but for right now, we're not clipping. I think we may clip the next row. It'd be easier if we clip the next row. That's kind of a little off, but that's okay. It's still all lined up. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. You watch the tutorials on reading directions, not great, right? Yeah, directions are, I need visuals. I need visuals. Y'all, check this out. This is going to be cool. This is going to be cool, y'all. Oh, sorry. No, Gracie. I said I was going to do that. There you go. Sorry about that. Thanks for the follow. Thank you. Thank you. Right? The black and white is going to be gorgeous. It is going to be gorgeous, y'all. Okay. Next one. Where did I put you there? Next row. Can't believe we've already done all this morning. Thank you. Thanks for the follow. It takes a lot of practice with rotary cutters and rulers to cut. Yeah, it does. It does. So my patterns, just so you know, are forgiving. My patterns are forgiving. If it's not straight, well, it's okay. Doesn't completely have to be. That's the nice thing is when you make up your own stuff. You're like, yeah, that's overrated. Straight is overrated. side. Make sure to keep that one in the middle. So you always take and just fold it over. That way I know exactly where I'm stitching from. Exactly where I'm stitching from, y'all. Okay, next one's stitched together. So now we're gonna fold this up here. And then fold this up here. And I think we're gonna clip this time. Make it a little bit easier. Clipping, clipping, clipping. The wonky just shows made is all. Right, Jenna? I'm telling you, you know, if it's not perfect, that means it's made with love and made from home. And I'll tell you right now, none of my stuff is perfect. None of my stuff is perfect. I am not a perfectionist. That's for sure. There's a lot of quilters out there that are completely perfectionist. I am not. I am one that loves to sew. I love for other people to get my projects. It's always nice when it's the ending is exactly straight. Clips. If y'all have not used clips, y'all, they are a lifesaver. And the nice thing is you have your rounded edge. As a friend of mine told me, you know the mistakes, but only you. It's true. It's true, Paula. You used to be a perfectionist. Now you're not. I'm glad you're not a perfectionist. You shouldn't be. It's too stressful to be a perfectionist. Too stressful. But anyway, so these clips, they have a rounded side and they have a flat side. So you always want to put the flat side to the back side because they're gonna go across the bottom of your sewing machine. So as you're stitching, I'll show you. As you're stitching along, so you have your flat side. So you take that off. So here comes that clip, and with it being flat, you see it's flat, and then you just pull it off. You just pull it off of there, so it makes it kind of nice. Then there's that clip. Oops, don't turn your thing of clips over here. That clip. And I'm just keeping the fabric in line. The feed dog is what's pulling in there, so. That was a lot better. And try and keep it in line. Whoever created the clips. I'll tell you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Guys, check this out. Is this not cool? This is totally going to be cool. We got, what, 2 more rows to go. I think it's 2 more rows. 3. Yeah. This is going to be a cool lap quilt, y'all. A cool lap quilt. So now we'll sew these together. Doom.
Now, me personally, those imperfections make it a homemade quilt. And you're right. You're the only ones that's going to see those imperfections. Everybody else would not even notice. So not even. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. But yeah, so. I make it a point to tell anybody that orders anything from me. I was like, I'll tell you right now, it's going to look gorgeous, but it's not going to be perfect. So, but that's just, you know. But you know what? It's perfect to them because they love it. It's perfect to them because they love it. So that's the main thing, right? That is the main thing. So we're going to add this one. And again, how I do that is you have your quilt piece here, and then you take your piece here, lay it on the bottom, and then flip it up. That way you know that you're clipping it on there the correct way. And then we'll we'll add this. Clippies. And remember, flat side to the back. Flat side to the back, y'all. Curved side to the front. First few times I use these clips, and I'm like, why is this thing not working out very well? Well, I figured out that, hey, put that flat side to the back. It works really well. If I probably would have read instructions, it probably would have been better, but no, who reads instructions? Instructions are overrated, he said. Probably why I don't use patterns, because, well, number one, I have a hard time doing the patterns. So I have, what is it? Dyslexia. So for some reason or another, I can read something and not tell you what I've read. It's one of those things that happens to me. And granted, I mean, I'm a director of IT. I run an IT department, but everything I've learned pretty much is, why is that one off? Why is that one off? Miss Cynthia sent me a message. They can be a pattern. I'll tell you, patterns are hard. Patterns are hard. I'm trying to get to 1K today. If anyone could please help. Well, am I following you? I'm already following you. Let's give her a follow. Give her a follow, y'all. I'm also a visual learner. I tell you, Lydia, it's that one. Hold on. I got to re-clip this one because we're a little off on this side. We are a little off on this side. So I'm going to move it over just a little bit. Because that's a good thing about clipping. So we're going to move that over just a little bit. Make sure it's lined up a little better. Lined up a little better there. I like to help our fellow sewers out. I like to help our fellow sewers out. So help you hit the 1K. One step at a time. I'm on my goal of 10,000, y'all. I'm on my goal of 10,000. Hopefully. So one step closer. A friend of mine is also the off kilter. She's I'm calling her a friend of mine. She is on her goal for 10,000 also, and she's given away a quilt. And I'm like, that means that I'm probably going to have to give away one too if I hit the 10K. So I don't know. We may think of something for that. So thank you for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows. And thank you for following Homestead. She's awesome too. We help our fellow quilters out. Help our fellow quilters, sewers. I just like to help. Y'all. I'll find that in a little bit. Here. Get that one clipped. We've almost got this quilt piece, y'all. So we'll get this one. So we got this row and one more row, and then we'll go back over to the pressing mat and get it all pressed. So that looks a lot better. That looks a lot better. Get it all pressed, and then we'll sandwich it. Then we'll get it all sandwiched. Get it all sandwiched, and then we'll be quilting, y'all. Literally, the next process is to start quilting. Y'all ready to see quilting?
What's a good machine to use if she already knows how to sew? Oh.
My daughter-in-law is asking for a good sewing machine. I'll have to send her a couple options. One more row, guys. One more row. Oh my gosh, I'm excited. I am excited. Excited. Okay. All right, guys. We have one more row to go. One more row to go. Can't believe we've already done this morning. Okay. Do, do. That one in the middle. Make sure he goes to the middle. Okay, so there is last row, guys. So what we do, just as a reminder, you hold have your quilt this way, and then go where that row is adding, and then I take and line it up like it's supposed to be, and then fold it over. That way I know I'm getting it exactly where it should go. And then we clip it. Clip it, clip it, clip it. Curve to the front, flat to the back. Curve to the front, flat to the back. Make sure that we're gonna line up. Yeah, we're gonna line up. Why the other one lined up a little differently? Lined up a little bit differently. Y'all, we're fixing to have this quilt piece, and then we'll be sandwiching. Who wants to watch the embroidery or the quilting in the embroidery? Y'all ready to do quilting? Good morning, Tamara. How are you? How are you? Thanks for joining. I know it's weird to see me here on Saturdays. Good. Glad to hear. Yes. You do. Yay. Yeah, we're fixing to be quilting this thing, y'all. We are fixing to be quilting this thing. This is exciting. We've already got it pieced this morning, so we have already got it pieced. So we're going to get it last row. We're doing last row. We'll go back over to the pressing mat and get it all pressed. And then I gotta look. I'm looking up here to see what I got for a backing. So we're gonna get a backing for it. Okay. Get this stitched. Okay. It is officially pieced, y'all. How did we do that already? How did we already do that? This is crazy. We're on a roll, y'all. We are on a roll. Okay. Do you base stitch before quilt? I do not. I do not. And I'll tell you why. Well, you'll see why here when we start quilting. It is Sunday, Sharon. I know I'm usually not on Sunday, but I got a quilt that I got to get out. I have a quilt that I got to get out. So, y'all, oh my gosh, this is crazy. You use spray. So I'm going to show you why you do not use spray when you do the embroidery machine. Why you do not use spray. And maybe it's my personal preference. I don't know. But we're going to throw these in my box here. We have a box getting ready for our abstract day. So those are going in there. Because when you load it into the embroidery, good morning, Dee. Good morning, good morning. So when you load it into the embroidery machine and doing that edge-to-edge quilting, you have your 3 layers. You've got your backing, you've got your batting, and then you have your top of your quilt. So you load those all in there. And when you load those all in there, you're able to pull the fabric taut. You know how when you have it on your long arm machine, and you've got those 3 rods and you're able to pull those tight? Well, when you load them into the embroidery machine, you're doing the same thing kind of with your magnetic hoop. Well, I use a magnetic hoop. You don't have to have magnetic hoop, but the magnetic hoop is where you're able to actually pull those fabrics and get them all tight. I guess if you didn't have a magnetic hoop and you just had a regular hoop, you would probably baste it. You'd probably want to baste it with some spray or something. That would probably be a good idea. But if you have the magnetic hoop, don't baste that quilt. Don't baste that quilt. So I have a magnetic hoop. Love it, right? Oh my gosh, the magnetic hoops are phenomenal. Those are just phenomenal. So, all right. So what we're going to do is we're going to get this. So this is where it comes into play of sometimes small spaces, y'all. Sometimes small spaces. So we're going to just press this right quick. Once we get it pressed, we will get and move and get it sandwiched. Heat. Move it over this way. That one is playing havoc with me. It's like, hey, no. There we go. That is better. That is better. So like I said, we'll get it all pressed. I'm going to look at the fabric I have, because the backing is not going to be black and white, because I don't think I have anything to go on the back. I might have a white. A lot of times I use sheets on the back of my fabric, y'all. And I might have to look and see what I got. I have to grab my footstool from the kitchen. Grab my footstool from the kitchen. And we'll get it sandwiched. Sandwiched. Y'all are going to go on walkabout, just so you know. We're going to go on walkabout. I'll have to start a little clothes while we're back there, too, just so you know. But then we'll get the quilt sandwiched. Then we'll come back in here and we'll start quilting. So we will start quilting. So we've officially pieced the quilt. So we pieced all the squares, and then we added all the squares together and created the quilt. So we now have that quilt. So now what we're going to do is, once we get it pressed, we're going to sandwich that quilt together. We're going to sandwich that quilt together. That way we can put it in the hoop. Put it in the hoop. And I use a low loft. I use a low loft batting, y'all. I use a low loft batting. You can use a high loft, but I like the low loft. I don't know, the quilts with the low loft, they're just comfy. Just comfy. If you want to know where I get my batting from, let me know. I can send you the information, because I found a spot that is phenomenal and I love the batting. I buy it by the bolt and it's really reasonably priced. So doing last row here, y'all. If I had an ironing board, it'd be easier, but that's okay. I just use a pressing mat. It works. You figure your spaces out, y'all. You figure your spaces out. You ordered your second bolt, right? I'm telling you. You just ordered that. Yeah, I'm telling you. Works out really well. Works out really well. There is a spot. When I printed these, is this printed? Yeah. When I printed these, for some reason or another, there was a spot of different color ink that popped up on there. So I'm just making it black. I'm just making it black. I'd rather have a black spot than a colored spot. It's supposed to be black and white, so that's okay. Doom. Okay, so we're officially all sandwiched. So we are all pressed. Y'all, we ready to sandwich this quilt? Are we ready to sandwich it? Okay, so let me fold it up. I'm going to go grab the footstool. Go grab that footstool. I'm going to, because my fabric that I have is up here. So this is a bed up here. So that is where I have my extra fabric. So, and I'm grabbing the magnetic hoop. We're going to do a magnetic hoop because we're going to sandwich it, and then we're going to put it in the hoop, and then we're going to come back here and we're going to start quilting. Are we ready to quilt? Are we ready to quilt, y'all? So, okay. So let me grab here. I'm going to turn y'all that way so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to turn you this way because what's going to happen, I'm going to go grab the footstool. Okay. Clips. I dropped it too. I've officially pieced the whole quilt. Yeah, grab the footstool. We're going to go sandwich it. Start a little close. I can get you more coffee. I think I'm going to hit my goal. I'm going to be just my tip. Here we go. grabbing the footstool. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower this bed down a little bit. Okay. Don't want to go too far. So then I'm going to take my footstool because, like I said, my fabric's up here. So I'm going to see what fabric I have. So fabric. See what fabric I have. That one. You know what I did one time is I put, I actually backed a quilt with another quilt. It was kind of fun. Backed a quilt with another quilt. That one, is that white? You know what? I have a white sheet. Shall we go white on the back, y'all? Why not? We could go white on the back, right? Then I guess it would be a black and white. So, okay, we're going white. We're going white. I've always been scared to do white, but why not? Why not? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to carry everything back there and I'll come back and get y'all. I'll be right back. And batting, where'd the, oh, batting's over here. I'll be right back. I'm carrying everything back there. Hoping one of these batting pieces are going to fit because otherwise I got to go up to the shed. Okay, guys. Had to get that going. I gotta move that. Guys, check out what I made this weekend. If y'all hadn't seen it, this is what I made this weekend. You have the very... I did. I got the thread yesterday. I gotta raise that bed back up. Otherwise I'm gonna hit my head. I'm gonna hit my head on there. So all right. So I'm gonna unplug the power here. I gotta remember to plug it back up when I come back. So all right. We're going on walkabout, y'all. We are going on walkabout. Going on walkabout. Move the chair out of the way. Okay. Going on walkabout, guys. We'll say morning to my husband. Say morning.
Morning.
I gotta say morning, right? Okay. Going on walkabout. Walkabout. Okay. Oopsie daisy. Anybody that's new to me, so do what now? Fundraiser. Don't forget your husband. I got him coffee. You may have to ask that question again. Yes. Good morning. What about the 2-day class? Good morning, Jennifer. How are you? So, y'all, anybody that's just now joining, we've already pieced a quilt this morning. I've been on since 1:30. I'm crazy. I've lost my ever-loving mind. So, here we go. So, my husband's quilt. You got to check out the husband's quilt, right? So, anyways, so I'm hoping, really hoping one of these pieces of batting I got over here is going to work. Thinking that this piece, hoping. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go out to the shed. I think I have this bad feeling I'm going to have to go to the shed because that's not going to be big enough. Let me see about this one. That one. That one actually might. All right. Let's see. Let's see if it's going to be wide enough. If it's wide enough, I'll be very happy because otherwise I got to go out to the shed. Ugh. I don't want to go to the shed. Because I'd rather not. That's kind of pushing it. Because I like to have it wider. Let's see about this one. All right, guys. I will be right back. I got to go get. Was just asking if that was what you did in your 2. Yes, that is what I did in my 2-day class. Is that not cool? Isn't that the coolest thing? I will be right back, guys. I got to go get another bolt of batting. I'll be right back. Holy cow, it's cold outside. It's cold outside, guys. It is cold outside. So a few months back, this batting was on sale for like $20-some a bolt. So needless to say, I bought a few. Okay. Yay. We have batting. I always keep batting. Okay. So I think what we'll do is we'll take this other batting that we're not going to use. We'll use it for something else. I think what we could do, trying to think. Let's get the batting cut first. We'll get that batting cut first. So we'll stay there. Because I always have extra on the top and the bottom. Extra on top and the bottom so that I'm able to coop it. That's plenty there. So I'm just going to cut right there. And then we'll lay it out. My batting is nice and cold, guys. It's nice and cold. Of course, I went outside without a coat. I have a storage shed outside
that I keep a lot of stuff in. So y'all, don't cut batting with your good scissors. Don't cut batting with your good scissors, I'll tell you. So I'm going to move y'all over here. That way oops, almost turn you guys over. Okay, so I'm going to move y'all here. So added a keyword. Oh, thank you, Cynthia. Okay. Yeah, you don't ever want to cut batting with your good scissors because it will dull your scissors quicker than anything. So it will dull them quicker than anything. I'm throwing a little laundry in right quick. Hold on. I have a all-in-one washer dryer here. All-in-one washer dryer. So you just throw it all in and it washes and dries all in one. So makes it kind of nice. I'm going to start it. Stay there. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So now we'll fold this out. Multitask, guys. Always want to multitask. I think that is going to be wide enough. Thinking that one is going to be wide enough. That is going to be wide enough. Look at that quilt, guys. Is that not awesome? How cool is that? Cynthia, the all-in-one, I'm telling you, I love the all-in-one. I am excited about this quilt, y'all. I know. So, just so you know, every time I make a quilt, it becomes my favorite one. Even though it's not, I think they're all my favorite ones, but oh my gosh, I've never done a black and white quilt. And I'm really loving this. It is just gorgeous. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, y'all. That is totally going to work. So this is actually 2 pieces of batting. So it's batting folded in half. And I'm not doing double loft. I did that. Cynthia, I told Cynthia, I was like, promise me you'll stop me from saying yes to somebody for double loft. Because my embroidery machine does not like it. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and fold this down. Get the other piece of batting out of there. The process of sandwiching a quilt, y'all. So I'm going to grab this one. Put this here. So then we have another piece of batting we can use for another quilt or whatever we need it for. And y'all, as you've seen, I had extra batting on the side of my quilt. That doesn't get wasted. I use it for mug rugs or pot holders or whatever. I use every single piece of my batting. So it works out really well. So, okay. So, yeah, right, Cynthia? Okay. So we're putting white. I'm being brave. I'm putting white on the back of a quilt. I have never done that. Bed idea is so smart. I was putting on floor and breaking my, oh gosh, no, put it on the bed. Put it on the bed. Thanks for the follow, y'all. Thanks for the follow. Okay. So here we go, guys. I'm being brave. We're going to use a white sheet. So we're going to use a white sheet, but top, bottom, it goes that way. So whatever the back of your sheet or so you put the right side down. Put the right side of your sheet down.
And go up that way. Pull that away. Put that there. We'll be cutting. We'll be cutting off of the sheet. So we'll have extra sheet around it also. But this is way too much sheet. This actually is probably enough sheet to do 2 quilts. Probably enough to do 2 lap quilts because I think it's a king size. It's a king size sheet here. So we'll get this one laid out. Once we get it laid out, we will be able to. Okay, there's that. I'm gonna grab the quilt and the batting. Nice thing is we already have it, the batting there. Where's the right side? Goes that way. So turn it this way, turn it this way, and then we'll fold it back up. Like I said, I leave probably, I don't know, 3-4 inches on each side. That way, when you hoop it in the embroidery machine, you have that extra space to be able to quilt closer to the edge. Quilt closer to the edge there, y'all. Bring it up just a little bit. Just a little bit. And I don't baste it. I know somebody was asking earlier if I baste my quilt. I do not. The reason I don't baste my quilt is because when you're loading it into the hoop, I like with the magnetic hoop anyways. With your regular hoop, you might want to baste it. I don't know. I don't think I still would. Okay, there's that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this side here. I'm going to trim off the bottom and then trim off right. I'm excited. I think it looks cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim off the bottom. This you can use your regular scissors with. So I'll trim off the bottom and then I'll trim off the other side here. If you hit the seam, you can just go. Thank you guys. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so I'm going to put you over there. So then I'm going to trim this side. Trim this side. Okay, so now we're going to get it hooped. Y'all ready? We're almost to the embroidery machine, y'all. We are literally almost to the embroidery machine. I'm excited. I am excited. So I'm thinking what we're going to do. Oh, there you are. So you take your hoop, and we're going to go this way. Because I'm trying to think, nope, we need to go this way. So if I load it into the embroidery machine this way, we need to come over this way. So when it loads into the embroidery machine, so this is on this side of there, and then this is the throat of your machine. So you try to get the most of your fabric hanging off the other side. So we're going to come to this side, and you're going to make sure you keep this. If you have a magnetic hoop, it keeps in between the magnet. So you're going to take this side, the bottom of it, and go underneath the fabric. You don't put any stabilizer in here, y'all. No stabilizer. So you take this underneath the fabric here. And we're going to come down here. Because we're going to try and get as much quilting on here as possible. What we do is we're going to load it in here. And when you load it in here, like I said, this is why you don't baste your quilt. Because what you're going to do is, I'm going to turn y'all this way a little bit. That way you can see what I'm doing here. So, because what you do is you have your hoop in here, okay? You have that hoop in here. So now what you're going to do is you're going to pull this, make sure, because you want that tight. And then you take your hand, I mean, here, this I can see, but if you run it across the bottom, there's a little bit of lines on that bottom. So you pull it, that way it's tight on the bottom and you don't have those wrinkles. That way you don't have the wrinkles under there. So pull that tight. Okay, so now that's all tight. So this is all hooped. So as you see, it's hooped. So now what we're going to do is we're going to fold it up. We're going to go to the embroidery machine and we're going to start quilting. Y'all ready to start quilting? We are going to start quilting here, y'all. So we're going to take and fold this down, fold this down, fold it down. And once you hoop the magnetic hoop, you only hoop it once, because then you just take the magnet off the top and then you move the fabric. Then you move that fabric. Okay, so this is how it gets moved. So now what we'll do is we will leave that one there. That one there. So we're going to go back on walkabout again, y'all. We're going to go back on walkabout again. Okay. I need to cover that door again. You keep the door covered on your RV. If you're in an RV, keep that door covered. Keeps warm air in. Keeps warm air in. We're coming back by, honey.
I'm back by already.
We're coming back by again. We already got it sandwiched. Small spaces, y'all. Small spaces. Okay, so now I'm going to turn back this way because we're coming over to the embroidery machine. So I'm going to move y'all back this way. Sorry if y'all are getting dizzy. Sorry if y'all are getting dizzy. So I'm going to plug y'all back in. I need to move that up so I don't hit my head. Plug y'all back in so we don't die. Okay, so there's that. And I'll plug the phone in too. Yeah. Plug in the phone. Okay, we're all plugged in. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to get the quilt. We're going to turn Miss Lumi on. Turn you on. She'll boot here. She's going to boot. You're at the box. Okay, here we go. It says yes. Go ahead and move. Okay, variegated thread. There it is. So we're going to do embroidery and we're going to use the variegated thread. Move y'all over a little bit. Move y'all over a little bit. So here we go. So first thing we got to do is, what do I have in there? We may have to go find, do I have one in there? Oh, we got loops. I think we're gonna do an easy one. We're gonna do an easy one. We're just gonna do loops. Thinking we're just gonna do loops. Set that one. Embroidery. That one works. Okay. So we're gonna take this thread. I'm gonna turn on that light. We're gonna turn that light on above my head. Can we see the machine screen better? Let's see. Can you see that? I can turn the light down on it. Let me see if I can change the lighting on it. Display 3. Is that better? Okay, cool. Okay. So I'm going to get this threaded, and I have white thread in the bobbin. So what I like to do when I'm quilting is I like to use the same color of back, whatever the backing is. That's usually the color I like to use when I quilt it. So okay, so that is good to go. So now what we need to do is, good morning, happy Sunday, good morning. I think we're gonna go okay. I'm gonna unplug this for a little bit because I think we'll be okay for a little bit. If I need to, I can plug you back in because I'm gonna end up getting tripped. So now what we need to do, so we have the, you want me to go through the process of loading this again? Because I can show y'all how we load it again here. I'll go back home. So I go back home. So this is a design I have saved onto my machine, okay? So what I do is you go into embroidery, okay? Once you get into the embroidery, you hit the little pocket here. So you hit that little pocket. So this one I actually have already loaded here. So I'm going to go down, and I have this one right here. So I'm going to take that one. It's 16 by 9. I've got a really big magnetic hoop, y'all. So 16 by 9. So I'm going to hit set. So here is all my quilting. So I'm going to hit embroidery, and we're good to go. So don't forget to put the, oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Sheila. So here we go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take this. I'm going to move y'all this way so you can see. So what we're going to do is you take and unfold that this way. You kind of lay that in. And you may have to look at the, they said the first time you hoop this hoop is the only time you got to hoop it. Because then after that, you're just moving your fabric. Then you're just moving your fabric. Okay, so there's that. I'm going to move this back, move that back. So then that goes back there. That goes back there. Then make sure that is down. That is down. So I'm going to fill the back of the fabric again. We're good to go. Okay. Are we ready to start stitching? Oh, so you don't have to use the part where it does the plotting for the whole quilt. No. So, oh, yes. Yeah, I don't want to hit my head. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. So, no, I don't use that. Actually, I don't even have that on here. So that's not an option on this one. I don't think anyways. So we're going to say, okay. So this one, we don't use the projector on this. So the next one, we will use the projector because then we'll actually line it up and see where it goes. So, all right, here comes that variegated thread. Are we ready? Make sure that's good. That's good. Let's start stitching. Here we go, guys. I'm excited. I always get nervous on that first one. I always get nervous on the first one. And we're just doing an easy loop quilting on here. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. So always want to make sure that you're not catching anything on the back. So. So each one of the hoopings takes about 3 minutes on this one. Each pattern is a little different on how long it takes to do that. So what we'll do is this one will get stitched out. It takes has about another minute to go. Once this one gets done stitching, we'll actually take off the magnet here. I'll turn the projector on, and then we'll line it back up, and you'll see exactly how that goes on there. So. The variegated thread is looking pretty. Kind of cool on that variegated thread there, y'all. You don't, so this one I'm not, you don't want to do anything too drastic, on it. So you don't want to take away from the quilt because the images on the quilt are really cool. So this just gives it that little extra touch and it actually quilts it. So good morning, Miss Dolly. How are you? You don't think yours has a projector? So Tuesday, come hang out Tuesday morning because I will be showing y'all how to create a template if you don't have a projector. If you don't have a projector, I'm going to show y'all Tuesday morning how to do that. So it's a Luminaire 2. Luminaire 2 on this one. We're good. How are you? Does the topaz, it does, so the topaz can do the quilting. Yes, the topaz can do the quilting. And I think I'm going to show y'all how to do that on the topaz. But it does not have the projector. Do you know how to use the feature where you avoid parts of the design on the quilt? No, I do not. We might have to figure that one out. Because I think this machine actually does that. Okay, so we've officially finished quilting this portion of it. So what we're going to do is, like I said, we're not going to take the hoop off. We're just going to take that magnet off. You're just going to take that magnet off. So the magnet's off. We're going to click OK over here. And I'm going to move y'all over here. So I'm going to click OK. So this little cylinder here on mine is a projector. So I'm going to turn that projector on. And what it does is it'll actually turn the projector on. It'll actually project what is in here. So in order for me to line it up, I'm going to grab this square and I'm going to pull it down here because I want to line it up to that square. So then I come back over here to the fabric and then you'll see that the projector's on. So then I'll pull it down and I'm going to line up that corner because it's on the corner there. I'm going to line up the corner here. We're going to look at the back first. Oh my gosh. It's gorgeous on the back, y'all. I had it written down how to do it, but couldn't get it to work. I'm going to get my book out. I have a book on this machine. I'll get my book out and see if I can figure it out, okay? Now you have me wanting to do that. Because we'll have to figure that out. Because I know sometimes I have like quilts that have embroideries on it and stuff. And I don't want to quilt over that embroidery, but I haven't figured out how to do that. So now I'm going to figure out how to do that. So I have it lined up. So now I'm going to take and I'm going to put the magnetic hoop and just like I said, you have it. The hoop is still there. So you're just adding the magnet there. So then I have it all lined up here. All lined up. So now I'm going to click OK. So anytime you do this, you take your hand. You want to make sure that you remember. Take your hand on the bottom side and feel that. Make sure that the bottom And sometimes I mess up on it. Sometimes I mess up on it. The quilt I just sent out there was a little bunching on the bottom, and it's not perfect, but it happens. It happens. But this is why you don't what do you call it? Baste your quilt. Because if you basted your quilt, you have two options. You have two options. You can baste the quilt and hope that it stays basted, or you can do it this way and just make sure that it gets taut there. Okay. So now we've got it there. Bottom is good. Let's keep going. Let's keep going here, guys. And y'all, the bottom turned out really cool. I'm excited. You never know if it's going to be okay, and it actually turned out cool, so. Yeah, the projector thing is too. I'm going to write that down, fundraising. That way I can figure out how to do that. That way I remember. Hold on. My to-dos. My to-dos. Yep. I'll figure that out. I'll get my book out and look. The projector is in the sewing machine. So this machine actually has a projector in it. So, and like I said, if you don't have a projector in your machine, Tuesday morning, I'm actually going to do a training on how to create a template. You can create your own template for your machine, no matter what machine you have, and no matter whether you have a 4x4 hoop or a big hoop. You can do it either way. So I'll be showing on how to do that. Right? Isn't it cool? The things that they've added to these machines are ridiculously crazy. Ridiculously crazy. So thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. We've had this fun this morning. We've literally, so I started at 1:30. I started early this morning, y'all. So we have literally pieced all the blocks, got the quilt all pieced. We sandwiched this quilt, and now we're quilting it. So once we get it all quilted, we're going to bind it. So we're doing the whole process today. So we're doing that whole process. So, and it shouldn't take too long to quilt it. So it takes about 3 minutes per hooping here. This is a lap quilt. So I'd say maybe hour and a half, maybe. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. So maybe, I don't know, might even not take an hour. It's not going to take, so 1, 2, 3, I'm thinking 3, 6, 9 times 3 is what, 20. So it may not even take an hour to quilt it. It may not even take an hour to quilt it. So just got to add in the time of actually moving it and stuff. So have you seen sew the magnets to put on each side of your quilt sandwich when in the... I have not, Marnie. I have not seen that. Okay, so we have this one. So now we'll move on to the next. See how easy this is? So now I'll take that magnet off. I will click OK, and I'll turn that projector back on. And then we'll move it down. This is a soft backing. This is one of those soft sheets. Move this down here to the bottom. And I'm going to slide this down. Slide it down and then get it. That's always fun when the fabric is like a dark color. Because when it's a dark color, it's kind of hard to see where you're lining it up to. kind of hard to see where you're lining it up to. Let's get lined up right there. And you grab your magnet. You slide that back down there. Slide. I like to just slide it. Because if you slide it, it tends to go a little easier. And makes it line up pretty easy. So. So then we're going to hit OK. It's going to come back down. And then remember to fill the bottom. Fill that bottom. That way you see what the backing is doing. Sometimes it's grabbing up there. So I'm going to hit start and stop. That way it goes up to the front. Sometimes it's easy to get it. Sometimes it's like, ah! Why are you being such a pain? Okay, there we go. We're good. We'll get started again. Thanks for the follows, y'all. Thank you, thank you. And you always want to make sure that that backing fabric's not going to get stitched in there. You don't want the backing fabric stitched. The back. Look at the back, guys. Isn't that pretty? The back is looking pretty too. Remember, you can change the color of the projector. Oh, that's right. That is right. See, that helps when you have other people on here that have the same machine or have ideas. So we'll have to turn, once we get the quilted all the way this way, we're going to have to turn it sideways and quilt the top. So, right? Isn't it pretty? So putting white on the back was not a bad idea. I was kind of leery on it. But like I said, I've never done white, but thank y'all for hanging out, y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out. So this whole process so far, we have done in 3.5 hours. I have the 2 upgraded to the 3. Isn't that what? So I have the 2. I have not upgraded it to the 3. I was actually talking to the store yesterday. What did you get when you added 3? I didn't know if there was anything when I added 3. I like using templates, even though I can scan the Dream Machine when you were. Oh, awesome. Is Tuesday open? Absolutely. Every day is open to everybody. So Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 6:30 in the morning, I am on live, and we always have something different going. So please, you're welcome to join. You are welcome to join. Give me a follow. Come hang out. So we are so in 4:30 in the morning is Mountain Standard Time, Arizona time. So come hang out and learn how to make templates on Tuesday. Monday is making zipper bags. Monday, we're going to make zipper bags in the hoop with the embroidery machine. Tuesday, like I said, we're going to make templates. Wednesday, we are going to be, somebody had asked about quilting on jeans. So I'm going to get an old pair of jeans, and I'm going to cut those jeans up, and we're going to be doing some cool, we may just make like a pot holder or something. We'll have fun with that. Thursday is throw carry for a loop day. We're going to actually cut 2 sweatshirts in half and have some fun with that. And then Friday, we're actually going to do freestanding lace. There's some more patterns, a smaller pin, and the multifunction foot pedal are the big thing. See, I wouldn't use the foot pedal because I don't use a foot pedal. And didn't couching get included on the third one? Didn't couching get included on the third one? I made denim flowers in the hoop. So cute. Awesome, Marnie. That is cool. That's what I thought. See, that's the one thing that I would like to get is the couching option. The couching option. So, okay. So we've got that one. So this row is done. So we need to move to the next row. So what we're going to do is we're going to fold it over like this. Fold it over like this. Oh my gosh, I am loving the back, y'all. The back is gorgeous. Oh my gosh. Okay. So now we're going to hit that and we're going to hit that projector. We're going to go back down. Back down. We're going to go to that lower corner again. Line up the lower corner this way. Line up that lower corner this way. Y'all, I love quilting in the hoop. Don't get me wrong, I love the long arm. I love a long arm, but when you don't have room for a long arm and you have room for this, y'all, works out really well. And I have to say, moving my machine like this has made it even better. Even better. Okay. Fill the bottom of your fabric. Make sure the bottom of your fabric is good. We're going to hit start and stop. That will go all the way to the top here. Fill the bottom of your fabric. Bottom of your fabric is good. All right. Again, make sure that you're not stitching the other side of your quilt here. So go ahead and hit start. Turning out pretty, y'all. Turning out pretty. Who likes highland cows? Another thing is learn is making patches in the hoop. So Marnie, I actually did patches in the hoop one day. We can do that again. We can do that again. So I did. Where are they at? Oh, here they are. So we actually made Disney patches. We actually made some Disney patches in here in the hoop. So a Minnie and then a Mickey. So, and y'all, I did it with, you'd be surprised. What is that stuff called? It's plastic. It's like plastic you lay out on the ground. So, but it works out. So, oh, you're welcome, Marnie. Yeah, it is on YT. It's there on one of those. So, flatten out the bottom corner. Oh, here? Good morning. Good morning. How are you this morning? Thanks for joining. Thank you for joining. We see waves in the bottom left. I think they are referring to. Oh, no, it's okay. It's fine. It looks like it's wave, but it's okay. I think it's just the fabric. I bought wonderful edge-to-edge quilting on Etsy. Sewed out great. Awesome, Marnie. Awesome, awesome. Okay, one more question. If you have a Brother machine, you have access to Disney website for embroidery. That I do not know, Annette. I don't think so. I think you only have access to the designs that are on your machine. Anybody else know that? Because if that's possible, I would love to go get the ones that are on the new one. But I don't think it is. It's only for the ones on your machine from that's what I thought too. I mean, if that was, like I said, if that was possible, I'd go grab the ones that are on the new Avenir, because there's some really cool designs on there. So see how it flattened it out? It was fine. You still have to pay for embroidery. It's called iBordery by Brother. Okay, Marnie's saying you can, but you gotta. So, okay, next one. So we're just gonna keep going. Keep going. Line it up. Line it up here. So I just scooped that magnet down, and it kind of helps. Okay, so we're gonna hit OK. It's gonna come back this way. And then check your bottom. You always want to check the bottom there, guys. And then we're going to hit that, and that way it goes all the way to the edge. Check that bottom. Pull that just a little bit. Okay. I think we're good there, guys. And then make sure that this is folded up. That way you're not stitching any of the other rows. And then hit start. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for joining. Margaret, I think if you search it, I think you might be able to get them. I don't know. They're licensed designs, and even the ones that are on here are licensed. They have the Disney logo on them. You have to be careful with the Disney designs. You have to be careful with those, because like if you were to sell products and stuff, you couldn't do it with those. It's a luminaire too, Paula. Check on Marketplace. A lot of times, also, I was thinking when you updated your machine, you got the new designs from don't know, Annette. I don't think so. I don't know. Just look for sale on. Okay. It is Sunday, Miss Debbie. It is Sunday. Your pot holders should, or your mug rugs are en route too, Miss Debbie. Your mug rugs are en route. How's Miss Debbie? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the heart, me. Oh, you got them yesterday. Awesome. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You were so sweet. Thank you, Irie. Thank you. You're very well. Did you like them, Debbie? Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for joining. Awesome. I'm glad you like them. And hopefully they help you with levelways. You were just looking on A. All right, Paula. Thank you all for the heartbeats. Y'all are awesome. All right, on to the next. On to the next. This is going pretty quick, y'all. This is going pretty quick. We got one more hooping on this one, I think. So there's a lot of people that go from the middle. I do not go from the middle. So, but just preference. I think it's just preference. So everybody else has their own preference on how they do it. So. Can I just slide that in there? And hit OK. It's going to bring it back, and then you can get the rest of it straightened out. Magnetic hoops, y'all. Magnetic hoops are a game changer. Till the bottom, you're going to hit start and stop. That way it goes all the way to the top. Fill. Yep, we are good. We are good. Make sure it's not stitching the back. You don't want it stitching that back. That is a nightmare, y'all. If it ends up stitching the back of your fabric, oh my gosh. A complete nightmare. You just want to scream. Like, all right, I'm starting over. All right, start. Where did I get them? There is a schedule this week. I haven't got it put up yet. The schedule for this week. Monday is zipper bags in the hoop. Tuesday, we're going to create templates in the hoop. So if you want to do edge-to-edge quilting, and don't have a projector, I'm going to show you how to create those templates. Wednesday, we're going to be quilting jeans. I'm going to show you that you can quilt on jeans. Thursday is a split sweatshirt. We're going to cut 2 sweatshirts in half and then sew them back together. So that might get interesting. And then Friday is freestanding lace. So that is the schedule for this week. I'll get it put up today for y'all guys. Good morning, Ray. Long time no see. How are you? Yeah, I don't think you can pull the Disney designs off the machine there. Those are licensed. Those are licensed designs that you have to be very careful with. So they're for personal use only, I believe. So. Good morning. Good morning. Thank y'all for joining. I am good. I am good. So we have literally pieced this quilt this morning. We have put it all together into a quilt. And then we took and sandwiched this quilt. And now we're quilting this quilt. Thank you, Bridget. Bridget, I appreciate the follow. So anybody's new, I am on Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 6:30 in the morning, Arizona time. So we are currently on Mountain Standard Time. We do not have daylight savings time. So when the daylight savings time changes, whenever that is, we'll go back to what do you call it? What is it, Pacific time, Derek? Yeah, we'll go back to Pacific time then. So, but for right now, we're on Mountain Standard Time. We are Mountain Standard Time. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for all the taps this morning, y'all. Thanks for all the taps. Let's see how many we can get. Let's see if we can hit 100K this morning. See if we can hit 100K before we're done quilting, y'all. Let's tap away this morning, y'all. Help get us out there. I'll tell you, the more, I love how how many people are out there sewing and quilting and hanging out. And yeah, we have fun lives. We have fun lives. Thank you, Irie. Thank you. Thank you. This is just a fun quilt. Oh gosh, I am excited. I almost reconsidered doing just a basic quilting on here, but I'm liking the basic quilting on here. It looks really, really good. Looks really good there, y'all. It is currently 6 o'clock, ma'am. It is currently 6 o'clock. Late to the party. I forgot that you were going to be on this morning. That's okay, Irie. That's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Honey, if you're getting tea, can you give me some, please? Okay. Second row done. On to the next. On to the next. Because that's, yeah. So now we go down. So we're going to roll this up. Like I said, I'm rolling. You roll this side. Do what?
So I guess I can give you tea.
Oh, well, just get yourself some.
Remember I told you last night?
Oh, that's right. That's fine. That's okay. Maybe I'll get some orange juice or something. We can make some more. Okay, so we're going to turn that projector on again. Turn the projector on. And then we'll get this lined up here. Down there. Line this one up. Grab that hoop. The quilt's like, nope, I am not moving. Oh, you can't. That was bad. stop right there. Sometimes it's hard to get it lined up. Sometimes it's hard to get it lined up. There we go. There we go. Hit okay, and it's gonna come back this way. Okay, and then I'm gonna start and stop it. There. You can make sure that this is folded. It's amazing how heavy it gets once it's quilted. It gets heavy. It's heavy, heavy. Pull this way. That way we don't want it quilting on the back of that fabric. So, okay. So we are good. We are good here, y'all. Hit start. Thank y'all for joining. Y'all are awesome. We've been having fun this morning, y'all. These cows are gorgeous. The cows are gorgeous. Look at this, guys. I would love to see how you print on the fabric one day. So literally it's just an inkjet machine. So you just load the designs and then it just prints to, send me a message. Send me a message, Annette. I'll tell you, printing the images is a game changer. Printing images is a game changer. Yeah, send me a message. I'll help you out, Annette. It does not wash out. No, it does not wash out. I recommend washing in cold water, but like I said, I've been using these for years. I've been using them for years, and I think we have one more hooping this way, and then we'll hoop across the top. So we'll be done with this soon. Do you have a video on how to print? I do not. I'll create a video on how to print, though. I will create that video. I know I've had a few people asking me on how to print, and I will create that video. That was close. I almost missed that. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. I'll try and get that done this week sometime. And I'll just post a video for you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you. We're at 30K taps. Y'all are awesome. This is quilting fairly quickly, y'all. Fairly quickly. So then we'll move this up. And then we'll turn that projector on. And y'all, check out the quilting on the back. Y'all see this? It is like gorgeous on that quilting. I was worried about white on the back. I was worried about the white on the back, but okay, now I'm not worried anymore. Bring that up. I said, if you want to know how to do the quilting and the hoop, we'll create templates on Tuesday. So come hang out Tuesday if you want. Come hang out Tuesday. And let's look at the process on creating yourself templates. If you don't have a projector, you can still quilt in the hoop, I promise. There's so many designs out there. So many different designs. Make sure, you want to make sure you're not quilting any of the hoops. So we're going to hit start and stop. Fill the bottom of there. Make sure that that fabric is not folded anywhere. I think we're okay. Okay, let's keep it going. Is there a module on the left of the machine that runs the arm? I don't think you can manually move that arm on here. So yes, beginner projects, absolutely. So making pot holders, making placemats, mug rugs. I love to make mug rugs. Those are really easy beginner projects. So it's lower 30s there, Ray. Lower 30s. How warm is it there? I'm saying warm because I know you're probably warmer than we are. So yeah, you know, let's see, I have, if you could do like pot holders, you could do like a pot holder. See, it's quilted, it's a quilted pot holder. Do just some smaller projects. Some mug rugs. Mug rugs are easy. Mug rugs are easy. There's so many different ones that you can do. '50s. See, you're warm over there, Ray. I don't even know if it's going to be 50 during the day here. Do you start at the top left or the right? So yeah, so I start on a corner. I start on a corner, your top right, your bottom right, left, whichever side you want to. And then I work I work up, and then I come back to down to the bottom, and then work up, and then I work my way over. And then there's, depending on the size of your quilt, I have a section at top that I'm going to have to turn the quilt sideways and then quilt across the top. So a lot of people start from the center out. I do not start from the center out, but that's just my personal preference. So the center just, I don't know. I just can't get my head wrapped around quilting from the center out. So like I said, everybody does it different. Is there a right or wrong way? No, I tried center out and it was a mess. Yeah, I've tried that once. I've tried it once, and mine turned out to be a mess too. And it just, I had like scrunching on one side, and then the fabric ended up moving, and then it didn't go all the way to the edge. And I find doing it this way. And on my fabric, as you can see, I always have extra fabric on each side. I have extra fabric and backing on each side. That gives you your leeway. It gives you a little bit of leeway on all of it. So, right? Mine didn't line up either. So, mine didn't line up very well either. So, that's why I do it this way. Like I said, I have extra fabric on the sides, on all three sides. That way, you make sure that you have the efficient enough fabric in there. Say, as the project design says, for a larger hoop, then can you make the design smaller? Yeah, if you have software, or sometimes your machine allows you to downsize it. Sometimes your machine will allow you to downsize it some. So this one lets you downsize it some. Some of them won't downsize small enough though, but they have softwares out there that you can that you could use too. So we got one more hooping here and then another through. We're getting close, y'all. We're gonna be done here pretty soon. This is stitching out pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. I'm excited. Okay, so there. That. Line that up. Sometimes the color of this fabric can be tricky. Sometimes the color of the fabric can be tricky there. Magnetic hoops, y'all. These are Dime, made by Dime. They're a complete game changer, y'all. Complete game changer if you're doing quilting in the hoop. I have to say, other projects, you don't have to have them. Do I use them? Yep. But most part, quilting in the hoop, y'all. I use them for quilting in the hoop. And I think this is why going from one side to the other side works. It's because you're kind of pulling to make sure that it's all straight. And then make sure you check that bottom. Make sure you check that bottom there, guys. And then you want to always make sure that you're not quilting any other piece of fabric. Because if you quilt the back of the fabric, oh my gosh, that's a nightmare, guys. It is a complete nightmare. Okay, so we're going to stitch that one. I'm excited. We're almost down to the last row. We're almost down to the last row. So Derek is looking really cool. And I think when we do that binding, we'll use that variegated thread again on the binding. So, and we're going to bind it with the same fabric. So we'll sew some strips together, and then that's how we'll bind it also. So if you want to see how to do an easy binding, if you haven't ever seen me do binding, hang out, because we're going to be doing the binding on this quilt, and you'll be able to see how to do a really easy binding, and it turns out gorgeous. It turns out gorgeous, y'all. So I know a lot of people do binding differently. I like the way I bind. Thank you, honey. I got tea, y'all. Got tea. But yeah, everybody does binding differently, but I like the way I bind. It's fairly easy. I have a go-to stitch, y'all. I have a go-to stitch. Luminaire 2, Nicole. This is a Luminaire 2. Quilting in the hoop, y'all. Quilting in the hoop is a lot of fun. I'll tell you, if you don't have a long arm, I don't have room for a long arm, so, but I love doing this. It is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun because you can still have, oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Jacob. How are you? Long time no see. How are you? I say, I don't think I've seen you for quite some time. I'm now only doing sewing there, Jacob. So thanks for the follow, Robin. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. It is, Nicole. So they have different designs for you. It's called edge to edge quilting. So they have different designs that are available for quilting in the hoop. So it makes it, you just line it up in the hoop on there, and then you stitch it out on your quilt. So Tuesday, if you want to join me on Tuesday, I'm actually going to be going through the exact process for you and show you exactly how to do that edge to edge quilting, how to create yourself a template. And that way you can quilt a quilt too. So thank you for the follow. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Thanks for the shares. This is a lot of fun, and it turns out gorgeous, y'all. It turns out gorgeous. Okay, so that's the last. We're going to go over to the last row here, y'all. We are going to the last row, and then we'll go across the top. We still have a section on the top we'll need to go to. So we're going to fold it this way. Go back up. Go back up. So I'm going to click, okay, hit that projector. So, and then bring it down to that bottom corner. I said this is the last one. This is going to line up fairly good as far as quilting. So it should be good. So we'll get this last row here. And if you have a magnetic hoop, it works out really well because just line up that magnetic hoop in there. Okay, it's going to come up this way. And then you kind of roll up the quilt that you've already got quilted in there. They have a thing that holds the quilt up, makes it kind of nice. Okay, so we've got bunching on the back. We want to fix. When you get to the edge, it's kind of hard sometimes. Okay, so there's that. There is that one. You want to make sure that you're not stitching that backing. So we're going to hit OK and stop. That way we can make sure this is good. Because this has been knock on wood. I'm going to knock on wood because you always worry about catching something. So like I said, you want to make sure that you're not catching any of the other quilt as you're going here. Okay. So we're going to hit start. We're going to keep stitching. Just keep a stitching. Just keep a stitching. Oh, you're good. You're good. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. I said, be careful on that backing. You don't want to stitch the backing there. We're on our last row, so we'll get this one stitched, and then we'll go across the top. What hoop do I need on the topaz? So on the topaz, I mean, you can use the hoops they have. I think they also have magnetic hoops for it, I think. But we'll look at that once we get done with this. I'll look at the hoops that I have on my topaz. And because any hoop, it'll work with any hoop. So thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows. So we're on the last row of this. If you've never quilted in the hoop, this is a lot of fun. This is a lot of fun, y'all. You know, you see all those fancy quilts with all these fancy designs on it, and you're like, man, I really wished I could do that. You can. You can. So, and it's a lot of fun. And the cow's pretty. I've never done a black and white quilt. Never done a black and white quilt, but this one's kind of cool. This one's cool. I think I came over from TT having issues. Okay. Very cool. Yeah, and anybody that is on TT, I'm also on YK. Is that a 10 by 16 hoop? It is. It is. Right? Exactly. You know, that drove me nuts. That drove me nuts on the quilting thing that you, because I think it's overpriced. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you. I'm thinking it's looking cool too. I'm excited. I am excited how cool this is looking. And y'all, we are so close to being done. Did I get here just in time to watch you reposition the quilt in the hoop? Yes. Hey, Michelle, how are you? We're on the last row going this way, and then we have one row that'll go across the top. So this one's stitching out fairly. We're almost done with this quilt. I'm excited, y'all. I am super excited. Because we'll get done quilting it. Once we get done quilting it, we'll actually do the binding and stuff on there. My sewing machine only does free arm. I haven't been brave enough to try that yet. Oh, I can help you with that one too. I can help you with that one too, because I love to free arm. I love to do meandering, so it is a lot of fun. And I can show you a few tricks to doing meandering. I can show you a few tricks. I love to help out. I love helping out. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Happy Sunday morning to y'all. Happy Sunday morning. All right, this one's done, so we'll move on to the next one. So we'll get this projector turned on. So, and again, we're not unhooping it. We're just taking the magnet off. Just taking the magnet off. Then I'm going to turn the projector on this machine. Bring it down to the corner. And I'm going to slide this up. Sliding. You always want to make sure you're not catching that backing. You don't want to catch the backing. That's not any fun if you end up catching that backing there. So there's that one. So you get it lined up, and then you take that hoop, just slide it down. Slide it down. Okay, it's going to come this way. This one starts at the top, so then I take and hit the start and stop. That way it goes all the way up top. Make sure that's lined up. And again, I take my hand and run it across the bottom. Make sure that that is not bunched on the bottom. You don't want it bunched on the bottom there, so. Make sure you're not catching the bottom. And we hit start. Then we hit start. Is this not cool? Is this not the coolest quilt? excited for this. I am excited. Thank y'all for hanging out, y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out. So we got 2 more hoopings on this side, then we'll turn it back the other way and hoop across the top, and it'll be quilted. It'll be done. Of course, then we'll have to go on walkabout again. We'll have to go back into and get it all trimmed. I think before we go that way, we'll sew up some strips. That way we can clip some strips on there. How pretty is this? This is gorgeous. This is turning out gorgeous. We're almost at 50K this morning, y'all. We are almost at 50K. Thank you. You need the magnetic hoop now, right? I'm telling you, it's a game changer. The magnetic hoop is a complete game changer, y'all. It is totally worth. Thanks for the heart, me. Thank you for the heart, me. I appreciate it. Thanks for the follows. I always try to catch those heart me's because you got to wave at him. He's just cutest little dude. He's the cutest little dude. Fun. I am in Arizona. Where are you at? Where's everybody at this morning? I know we asked earlier, but that was a few hours ago. I've been on for over 4 hours here now. St. Louis, California, Kentucky. We got a few people from Kentucky. Very cool. Very cool. Thank y'all for joining this morning. I appreciate it. And y'all, anybody that is on here, so in February, I'm giving a 2-day virtual retreat. And you'll be doing an abstract. Your first day, you're going to learn how to do abstract. You'll make a postcard. You'll make a pot holder. You'll do a placemat. You'll do mug rugs. Just learning the process of doing an abstract. Your second day, you're going to actually make a quilt. You'll do just a lap quilt, the wall hanging, your choice, whatever size you want. And it's going to be fairly quilted, but if at the end of it, I'm going to give a bonus of actually showing how to quilt it in the hoop if you want to do a quilting in the hoop. And then I'm also doing a giveaway on that 2-day. So somebody will win a grand prize of their own personal quilt. So I will make your quilt on live. So it'll be fun. It's going to be fun. Anybody interested, shoot me a message. Shoot me a message and I can give you the information on it. One more hooping this way. One more hooping this way. And the virtual retreat will be on Zoom. It's going to be on Zoom, y'all. So I said it's going to be 2 days. And you have plenty of time to plan. Like I said, it's in February, so plenty of time to plan. Doom. This way, right there. One, 2, 5, Lydia. 1, 2, 5. Click OK. Very reasonable. No, it's very easy. It is really easy. It's I send you all the information. You just click it. So thank you. I can send you the information on it. So I can send you the information on it if you like. Like I said, we'll do somebody is going to win get their own quilt made. So, and you'll get choose the theme, and then you'll see the whole process being done. So you'll see that whole process being done. It'll be cool. Okay, so this is the last hooping. We're checking the bottom here. Checking the bottom. Okay, last hooping this way. I'm excited. We're getting so close, y'all. So close. I've done it already. Sent you. Oh, yes. Thank you, Irie. I am excited. We're going to turn this sideways and we'll get this quilted, y'all, on top, and then we'll go in and get it trimmed and bind. Oh my gosh, I'm excited. Excited, y'all. If you like Highland cows, this is just awesome, right? Thanks for the follow, y'all. Thanks for hanging out this morning. I really appreciate it. We've had fun this morning. We've actually pieced this whole quilt. So we took and pieced the quilt, then we put it all together, then we took and sandwiched this quilt, and now we've loaded it in the embroidery machine, and we've been doing this quilting on here. So lots of fun, y'all. Lots of fun this morning. So we'll get this right here. This one's almost done. And then what we'll do is we'll take it out and we're going to turn that quilt sideways because the top is I need a row on the top, but the row on the top is kind of narrow. So, but it's wide enough to be able to turn it this way and to be able to catch the top of it with this hoop. So it'll be good. I'm glad you've had fun. I really appreciate it. Does this machine let you upload your own quilting? Absolutely. Absolutely. So it actually doesn't have any preloaded quilting designs. So, well, I think it has some that you can add into a thing. But yeah, you can upload all your own. You can upload all your own on here. So, okay. So we're done with that one. So now what we got to do is we got to turn this sideways. We're going to turn this sideways like this. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh. Y'all, look at the back. Look at that. Is that not gorgeous? That quilting. Okay, let me turn it this way before we get loaded. The quilting on there is gorgeous. You really can't see. You'll see once we lay it out, you'll be able to see. Okay. So now I need to, yeah, I have this way. I need to I'm going to put a new bobbin in there. That way we don't run out of bobbin. I'll just put a new one in there. I go back and use those. I have a, what do you call it? I got to charge my light up there. I have a coffee pod drawer thing. It works good for my bobbins. Works good for my bobbins. Sometimes I just can grab a different one. I'll go back and find another one. Sometimes they come off, sometimes they don't. It's like, where is the thread? Ha, found it. Sometimes they're hard to find, sometimes they're easy to find. Sometimes I get the seam ripper out and be like, all right, fine, I can't find you. Now I can. Okay, so here we go. So now on this one, I need to open the projector. I'm going to turn that projector on, and I'm going to go to the upper left-hand corner instead of the lower right-hand corner, because I've been lining it up with the lower right-hand corner. So we're making a quilt this morning. So now I'm going to go to the upper left-hand corner and line it up. So we're going to go here. Pull this way. Pull it this way. So we're going to go to the upper right-hand corner here. There. I think we're gonna have to get the tape out, y'all. I think we're gonna have to get the tape out, but I'm gonna show y'all how that tape works. I'm gonna show you how the tape works. Okay, so medical tape, y'all. So I use medical tape, Dime, D-I-M-E. I got it on A. So I take this tape, and this is just medical tape, medical paper tape, y'all. So then I take and tape here. We'll have to watch it as it goes. We'll have to watch it as it goes. But this makes it where when it comes back across that piece of fabric, it doesn't grab it. It doesn't grab it. So we're going to hit OK here. Move it up there. And kind of push it down. Push it down. That way it stays on there. I'm going to put that there. We only have a couple hoopings here. We'll be done. So I rub that down there. So I said just medical tape. So it works out really well. So we're going to hit OK. And I'm going to show you how, just make sure that we're not getting the backing anywhere. We don't want to hit the backing. But as it comes over here, we got to keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't grab that tape. Now it's going to come up here. You can see it's going to come, and I kind of push that tape down as much as I can as it's going. That way it tries, and see, it'll stitch right over that tape with no issue. Stitches right over the tape, and then it'll just pull right out, and it just came unthreaded. Came unthreaded. See what happens? Sometimes it happens. That's right. We're just going to move it past that. There we go. Because if you don't have that tape on there, what happens is when it comes back this way, it'll flip up that piece of fabric and then it'll grab. And then you're ending up having a seam rip because it's sewn your piece of fabric down. So they have stuff that's called embroidery tape. Doesn't that machine only fit No, Nicole, I have no problem with this one. I think this is the biggest hoop it will fit, though. I think this is the biggest hoop that happened to you once. Oh my gosh, yeah. It's a nightmare when it actually folds it up. So this is actually from Kimberbell. This is actually from Kimberbell. If you look Kimberbell, you can find the designs there. So I use Kimberbell, I use Juju, I use Urban Threads has some really cool one. Sorry, I want to keep an eye on it as it's at the edge here. There's a bunch of different ones. I do. So this is what it's using. It is a magnetic hoop. It is using a magnetic hoop in here. And like I said, on Tuesday morning, y'all, if you want to join me Tuesday morning, I'm going to go over this process again. I will go over the process. I will show y'all how to create a template. This is a lap quilt. I think it's about a 50 by 60. So I will go over this process again on Tuesday. I will show y'all how to create yourself a template. And I'm going to go with I'm going to show you on the 4x4 hoop. Because you can do this in a 4x4 hoop. It doesn't have to be a big hoop. You can do it in a small hoop. So I'm going to show y'all that whole process on Tuesday morning. So if you want to come watch on Tuesday morning, you can see. So this is like a 16 by 10, I think. I can't remember the exact size of it. So, but it's huge. Well, I'll tell you what. So my design is 16 by 9. My design is 16 by 9. So if that answers your question, so we're going to go to the upper right hand or upper left hand corner. Was the variegated a good choice? How is it? Actually, variegated thread was a very good choice, Miss Cynthia. Thank you for the reminder yesterday, too, because I would have totally forgot. I appreciate you. Go down. There. I'm excited. We're 2 hoopings away. 2 hoopings away from being done. Then we're going to go on walkabout again. Okay, the backing is good. Front, good. Okay, so we're good. Backing is not being there. Thank y'all, guys. Okay. Oh, we need tape here. More tape. End up using quite a bit of tape, y'all. that's why I use the medical tape, because it's fairly cheap. Fairly cheap there. Okay. I'm kind of watching this last process because I don't want it gathering, and you want to make sure you're not gathering any of the backing fabric either. So I'll answer more questions when we're done with these last two hoopings, y'all. You get these last two hoopings, you got to be careful. You got to be really careful on that. So what you need? Do what? Oh, hold on a minute. I gotta go help my husband right quick. I'll be right back. He needs IT. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. What? Oh, it's okay. All right, I'm back. My husband needed IT help. I came over here. TT is having issues. Okay. Oh, you already told me that one. So you already told me that one. So we're gonna come here, and then we're coming back up. I'm gonna stop that, and I'm gonna cut that. So when you get to the side, you can either let it keep stitching, or you can just forward it on. So to forward it on, you hit the minus and the plus sign on your machine, and then just move it ahead a few stitches. And we're just gonna keep stitching. Keep stitching, just keep a stitching. I swear I'm gonna make one of those quilts. It's the what do you call it? Now I can't think of her name. She's on Dory. Dory. I'm gonna make a Dory quilt. Yes, thank you, Cynthia. I swear I'm gonna make one. Y'all, we were so close. Yes. And as you see, as it quilts off, this is why I add extra on the side. Did you embroider the cows? I did not embroider. Thank you, Off Kilter. I did not embroider the cows. They are actually printed on fabric. I printed those on fabric. So, Miss Off Kilter, would you believe I have made this whole quilt this morning? So I started at 1:30 this morning. So I've actually pieced the quilt. We actually put it all together. I sandwiched the quilt, and now we're quilting the quilts. Yeah, I've got one more hooping. I have one more hooping, and it'll be quilted, and then we're going to go trim it and do some binding. So we're going to go trim it and do some binding there. So as you see, it goes off of the quilt, but that's where that medical tape comes in. I did. I printed the cows on fabric. I printed these cows on fabric. So if I don't have what I'm looking, do I ever sleep? Sometimes. Almost to the end. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for hanging out this morning. Yeah, look, we literally have one little square left. We have one little square. Which embroidery machine is this? So it is naps between, right? What time is it? So this is a, I'm going to move y'all back over here. So it is a Luminaire 2. Luminaire 2. So, all right. one more square. So what we'll do is we'll just quilt part of this, and then we'll skip where I don't need it. So I am going to click OK, hit that projector. We're going to, let's see how we're going to hoop this. How are we going to hoop this? So I'm thinking what we're going to do. Well, we're just going to have to hoop. I'm going to come over to this side. We're going to play with this. We're going to play with this because what we're going to have to do is hoop it here because I don't have enough fabric there. So we're going to hoop it here. Move you up there. That way. I'm playing with the hooping here. Playing with the hooping here. Because what we're going to do is we're only going to stitch part of this design. We're only going to stitch part of this design to get it all stitched out. Part of the design. Hot, hot. Okay, that is okay. So now we're going to say okay. And then I'm going to take an add and I'm going to go. We're going to go 1,000 stitches. Okay, so we're going to go back. I'm going to start stitching right there. Because I'm only going to do part of nice thing is you can just go part of that. So there we go. Yay, we did it, guys. We did it. So then we're just going to do part of it down here, and then we can all go. Okay, so it'll come down here. All right, see how far you need to go. Sorry if I'm missing comments, guys, but I got to make sure it doesn't bunch the fabric here, y'all. Then is it killing it? Yeah. I am so excited. We have officially quilted this whole quilt, y'all. Okay, so. And then we're going to go trim it. We'll go lay it out and trim it, so. I'm excited. Y'all, there is nothing better than doing that last stitch on there. So no, I'm just keeping the fabric flat. I'm just keeping it flat as it's stitching along. So just keeping it flat as it stitches along. So take that out of there. All right. Y'all ready to go on walkabout again? We're going to go on walkabout again. So I'm going to unplug you. So, all right. We're going to go on walkabout. We're going to go on walkabout again. Okay. Thank you for the roses. I'm so excited. So, do you need the hoops to, no, you do not need the hoops for free motion. And I can show y'all how to free motion. So I love to do free motion quilting. Okay, here we go. We're going on walkabout. So anybody that's new to me, I live in a camper. So, being as I live in a camper, we kind of go on walkabouts every once in a while. Come back this way. Okay. So we are going on walkabout. We'll come by and say hi to my husband again. Hi, honey.
Hi.
We're going walkabout again. Oops. I hit the rogue. Hit the rogue end. Okay. Oopsie daisy. So I sandwiched my quilt. Small spaces. You figure out how to do these things in small spaces, y'all. So we're going to go over this way. We're going to go over this way. Okay. So you can find the good free motion patterns. Oh, you can. Yeah, you totally can. So thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows. Okay. So quilt on bed. My husband made this quilt. So this was his quilt he did. So anyways, so we're going to lay out. We're going to lay this one out. I am excited. How good this stitched out, y'all. Check this out. Is that not exciting? That is super exciting. So we did this. We have literally done this morning. I can't believe I have done all this morning. I am completely excited. Completely excited, y'all. That would make a pretty baby quilt. Oh, it would. It would. It would. Babies like black and white. I don't know what it is about black and white, but they like the black and white. So, but anyways, what I did is I printed the cows, and then we added 2.5-inch strips around those the printed sheets, and then we sewed it all together. Then we quilted it. Now we're gonna trim it and bind it, y'all. Now we're gonna trim it and bind it. So, what I do is, I think I put y'all at the wrong spot, so I'm going to move y'all back to this side. Y'all are going to go on another move here. Back this way. Okay. Got to move you around. Move you around. So I printed the cows. So they said if I have fabric, if I have ideas that I need, that I have a request for on a quilt and I don't have them, I go find the images and I print them on fabric paper. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to trim around, and then we'll go back in there and we'll bind this quilt. I'm going to show y'all how to bind the quilt. It's how I bind it. Is it the right way? Is there a right way? There's really not. So what kind of like doing images on or off? Thank you. I appreciate the heart me. So, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, you can literally put any kind of image you want on these. So I'm doing these. I've actually started doing, I found, I've been like really liking DTF transfers. I don't know if you've seen DTF transfers. It's like the things that are on your shirts, Let's see. Let me see what's on this one. Hold on. I got a t-shirt here. So your DTF transfers are like these. So this is a DTF transfer on your shirt. So I started putting them on quilts too, on mug rugs, on quilts. Are you using cotton or what kind of material? Cotton. So when I print on cotton. There's cotton sheets. So they are cotton sheets. And then we quilted it. When we quilted with variegated thread, and the variegated thread turned out really cool too. It turned out really cool. So kind of exciting, y'all. So now what we're going to do is we're going to trim the side. Once we get the side all trimmed, we'll go back in there, and I'm going to take, so the strips that we use to sew around these, we're going to take and sew those together. And we're going to put a binding. We're going to make a binding out of those. So thanks for the follows. Awesome. Yeah, you should try it. It works out really well. I really like it. So I have 3 quilts in progress. I've got to do 6 quilts for the grandkids. 3 quilts in progress for the kids for the Christmas on the DTFs. One is a theme of a Hulk. One wanted a Hulk for his. I have one grandson, so wanted Hulk as his theme, and then the other one wanted what do you call it? Unicorns. The other one wanted the Highland cows, so I did baby Highland cows. So inkjet printer. Inkjet printer is the what you need. I have a Brother Moda is what I use, but where do you purchase the edge to edge? And so the designs, all kinds of people have the designs. You can get the designs from like the what do you call it? Kimberbell has lots of lovely designs. Your Juju has lots of. Send me a message. I can send you some recommendations. So if you send me a message, I'll send you some recommendations. Just ask the question, and I can send you the information on it. So I don't mind sharing. I like helping out. So I'm taking the paper tape off that we put in there to keep the fabric down. So it really sticks to the batting. So I just leave it on the batting because I'm just going to cut it off anyway. So just going to cut it off anyway. So got to get it off the back or the front of there. The batting is fun on that. So thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows. How's Miss Amy this morning? I'm excited for you to get your quilt. I'm excited for you to get your quilt. We did Miss Amy's quilt. So I taped it because when your machine is going, it goes off the fabric, and when it goes off the fabric and it comes back to that fabric, what will happen is if you don't have tape there, it'll grab that fabric and fold it over, and then it'll stitch it down. So that's why I put tape there. So take this one off. Because there's nothing worse than getting all the way through with your quilt and then you end up messing it up when you're stitching it. So it makes you want to cry. No. Okay, there we go. And then we'll just cut the rest of it off. This is definitely a speed round of quilting, Miss Amy. Definitely a speed round of quilting, I'll have to say. I got 6 more quilts to make for Christmas, Miss Amy. All the grandkids are getting quilts. All the grandkids are getting quilts. And I was nice. They got to choose the theme of their quilts. So, oh my gosh, I don't think I've ever had 2 puzzles in one live. Of course, I've been on for, there we go. How long does it take you to make one, and how big are they? So, funny thing is, so I've actually been on for 5 hours now. I have, and this is a lap quilt. This is a lap quilt. So I have pieced it, put it all together into there, sandwiched it, quilted it. Now we're trimming it and we're going to bind it. So in 5 hours, I've got it to the process of quilting. So can you print photographs that were taken on a cell phone on the white? Absolutely. 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 So I love doing the lap quilts. Lap quilts are a lot of fun. And like I said, everybody needs a lap quilt to sit on their recliner, on the couch, something to snuggle up with when it's cold, especially this time of year, y'all. Especially this time of year, because y'all, it is cold. It is cold. I got slippers on because the floor is cold. When you live in a camper, you have all that cold air that goes along the bottom. My husband just ordered some insulation to put around the outside of the camper, and it should help. it should help make it not so cold. So I have extra, as you see, I have extra batting and stuff that I do around the edge of my quilt, but I use that, y'all. I use that for my mug rugs. I use it for, you know, the other small things, items that I use, that I make, but I add extra. That way I can quilt out a little further on the quilt. So I live in Arizona, Joy. I live in Arizona. Wait, 5 hours. When did you? 1:30. I have been up since 1:30 quilting. So I'm sitting here looking at my YT. It says 4 hours and 56 minutes. So I have an electric vehicle. If I turn the heat on, it drains my battery. I definitely need a quilt. Right, Peace? I think it's called. I like it. I like it. Ah. Well, I have this quilt. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you. That's very sweet of you. Okay, so y'all, let's check this out. Okay, so this is quilted. Y'all, look at the back. Look at the back of the quilting. Is this not gorgeous? Look at that. I was kind of leery on using white on the back. But I decided, I'm like, you know what? Let's try it out. And I think I like the way it turned out. It's a Brother Luminaire too. So thank you. Okay. Y'all ready to go do binding? We're almost done with this. We are almost done with this. Let's go do binding. Yes. Thank you. Okay. So we're headed back we're going back on walkabout, y'all. We're going back on walkabout. So you're ready. All right. So I'm going to hold this and we're going to go on walkabout. Walking down, stepping down. We're back, honey.
Good.
All right, everybody say it. Tell Derek morning.
Morning.
See, he's playing game. Where's he? There he is. Okay. Down we go. And I got to plug y'all back in too. Okay. So we're going to go here because we're going to be stitching here. I got to get the strips again. Isn't it looking cool? I'm excited. Everybody says morning, honey. So let me grab the strips again. And I got to grab my chair. Strips. Where are you at? Here's strips. And my chair. And I grab that variegated thread because we're gonna use that variegated thread, y'all. And we need because I threw it. I'm throwing it. Oh. I threw the thread. Okay. Hold on. Okay, there's that. We're gonna have to wind a bobbin too. Okay, I forgot I need to plug y'all in. Plug in. Probably plug the phone in too. Ooh. Small spaces, y'all. You figure out these small space ideas. Okay, sorry about this. It's like, hello, guys. Okay, there we go. So now what we're going to do, strips. So first thing we got to do is I need to wind a bobbin. Do we want to put variegated thread on? No, I think we'll do white thread on the back. Trim that. So what I'm going to do is, and that light is bright. I don't know if I can turn that light down on there. Can I turn the light down? Settings. Machine settings. We're going to see. Is that better, guys? Oh, that's better, isn't it? Okay. I was like, I couldn't remember if I could actually turn that setting off or turn those lights down. So that's better. So my embroidery machine, it actually embroideries. So you actually load the designs in there, and then you hoop it, and then yeah. So Tuesday morning, if you want to join Tuesday morning, I will show y'all how to do the quilting. I will show y'all how to do the quilting. So what we're going to do is we're going to wind a bobbin. So we're going to wind, because we need white. We need white on that bottom. So I'm going to pull this out. Oh, you know what? I just got, well, we're not going to try that on this. We're not going to try it on this. I'm going to wind a bobbin. So the bobbin winder on this machine is actually on the side. So you actually come here. No, might help if we go here first. Go here. Go here. Okay, so it's going to wind that bobbin. Fancy and spoiled. Yes, it is. You need a new machine. I love my machine. So my husband actually surprised me with this machine when we went to California. So we went to California and we took a long arm class up there. And he's like, hey, you need to come look at something. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So I go look at this and he goes, how do you like this machine? I'm like, oh, that's cool. He goes, it's yours. I'm like, what? He goes, it's yours. I'm like, you're kidding me. Nope. He got me a new machine. Wasn't that sweet of him? He's just awesome. Okay. So our bobbin is full. Nice thing about the bobbins on the Husqvarna too is you get big bobbins. You get the big bobbins on the Husqvarna. So thanks for the follows, y'all. Thanks for the follows. So we are going to load the variegated thread on here. We're going to load this variegated thread, and we're going to create the strips, and then we're going to clip those strips. I'm going to show y'all how to do binding. I will show y'all how to do binding on here. Auto thread. I love that feature, y'all. Automatic threading is a feature that is like, oh my gosh. Okay. So I have all these strips. So we're going to have to, so I think probably we're going to do like, I want different ones. So what we're going to do is we're going to sew strips together. And then once we sew the strips together, we'll pin them to the side of the quilt. Do you ever open the back up for more light? Ronnie, yes. So when it's warmer out, we have the back open sometimes. So they have this thing. It's like a enclosure for the back ramp, and because I have the patio thing on the back ramp, and they have